223. From Marx's perspective, contradiction is the specific feature of capitalism, the characteristic or quality which singles it out not only with respect to all other forms of society, but with respect to all other cosmic phenomena registered. This arbitrary limitation has no foundation either in cosmic reality, human history, or Marxist thought. The exploitative relations between slaveholder and slave, feudal lord and serf, were no less contradictory and antagonistic, even though the modes of extracting surplus labor by the owners and controllers of the means of production were different. The contradictions within the commodity between use value and exchange value, between concrete private labor and abstract social labor, and between the world of commodities and money are all to be found in the elementary commodity production and circulation of pre-capitalist times, though in an immature and restricted state. They come to full bloom in the contradiction between capital and wage labor under generalized commodity production, in which the use value of labor power is the source of the surplus value indispensable for capital accumulation. And surely there are plenty of contradictions in the post-capitalist formations of our century, even though they are not the same as those that characterize capitalist relations. Coletti indulges in a rather tortuous argument to demonstrate that the false mental perceptions induced by commodity fetishism and alienation are the only source of capitalist contradiction. Since for him, one side of his newly conceded dialectical opposition in capitalist society must remain unreal, he is unable to share with Marx the concept of an actual unity of opposites in struggle. Instead he conceives of two separate poles whose relation to each other is unclear. On the one side is the actual capitalist economy, where the laws of political economy have as much objective validity and determinate reality as the laws of nature. But, from the other point of view, these laws, which appear to have a material or objective character, are nothing other than the fetishistic objectification of human social relations which are beyond the control of men themselves. They do not represent natural objectivities, but alienation degree 9. Coletti in fact disjoins what he calls contradiction in capitalist society into two mutually exclusive parts, whose interaction he 224 admits he cannot describe. On the real side of the equation are the productive forces and the relations of production, on the other, the unreal realm of reified consciousness. This is reflected in his misconception of the two Marxes. Many Western sociologists are troubled by the problem of whether Marxism can be both scientific and revolutionary. Coletti is among them. He tries to solve this false dilemma by splitting Marx into two parts, concerned alternately with these two irreconcilable opposites. On the one side there is Marx the scientific political economist, who delineates the laws of economic motion of capitalism, and on the other there is Marx the moral philosopher, who demands the overthrow of capitalism's fetishistic objectification of human social relations. This antithesis between scientific work and revolutionary activity is as false as Coletti's postulation of the two Marxes. Through the scientific method of historical materialism, Marx arrived at the revolutionary conclusions in theory which he put into practice throughout his adult life. Depressed and disoriented by the evils of Stalinism and the delay in the advent of proletarian victories in the West, Coletti, like others, cannot envisage the harmonious unity between science and revolution that characterizes genuine Marxism. If we look closely at his construct, a striking fact emerges. In the summarizing conclusion to his 1975 essay, Coletti writes, "For Marx, capitalism is contradictory not because it is a reality and all realities are contradictory, but because it is an upside-down, inverted reality, alienation, fetishism, degree. If these words mean what they seem to mean, then Coletti has not really budged from his infatuation with Kant and his rejection of materialist dialectics. What he recognizes as real in capitalist society is only its economic substructure, in which he denies any intrinsic dialectical contradiction, in accord with Kant's epistemology. He takes the mystified ideological superstructure of capitalist society and denies it any status as reality. The only contradiction he really admits is the unresolvable one Kant himself granted, that between the thing for ourselves of 225. Phenomenal reality, the province of science, and, across an unbridgeable gulf, the noumenal mental world of moral practice, the province of morality, will, and faith. Starting from Kant's epistemology and logic, there is no interaction between the two poles. The two Marxes of Lucio Colletti have become real opposites, and never the twain shall meet within his framework of thought. The real Marx had a unitary view of the contradictions of capitalist society. The negating pole of the main contradiction for him was not the generation of false consciousness through commodity circulation, but the growth of the productive forces, and with them the development of the proletariat, its organization and class consciousness. The actual Marx saw the progressive resolution of capitalist contradictions in the revolutionary reconstruction of society. The Kantianized Marx of Lucio Colletti suffers from the same inability to unite theory and practice that characterized Kant as a philosopher. Colletti admits as much in his final pessimistic conclusion. The social sciences have not yet found a true foundation of their own. Hence I do not know whether the existence of these two aspects of Marx is fatal or advantageous. What is not at issue is the fact that our task now is to find out whether and how they can be reconciled. Colletti alleges that there is no reference to revolution in Capital. So gross an oversight comes from his disregard for the dialectical denouement of its evolution. While Marx's work is centered on setting forth the laws of motion of the capitalist system, it unmistakably points to the outcome of the whole historical tendency of capitalist accumulation. In Chapter 32 of Volume I of Capital, Marx explains the consequences of the expropriation of the smaller and weaker individual private producers by the big capitalists, which makes them in turn ripe for collective expropriation by the revolutionary workers. The process of alienation wherein the capitalists and workers occupy opposite poles is at bottom a process of exploitation and enslavement which the workers resist and, under extremely explosive circumstances, revolt against. Along with the constant decrease in the number of capitalist magnates, who usurp and monopolize all the advantages of this process of transformation, the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, and exploitation grows, but with this there also grows the revolt of the working. 226. Class. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach a point at which they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. 42. This lawful process is dialectical. Capitalist monopoly is the negation of individual private property in the means of production. N. But capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a natural process, its own negation. This is the negation of the negation. At the time the first volume of Capital was published, this might have seemed like an unjustifiable extrapolation prompted by Hegelian metaphysics or subjective utopianism. There are many who still think so. Since then, the expropriators have been expropriated one way or another in 14 countries. Although the dispossession of capitalist power and property may proceed too slowly and haltingly for our desires, and while the course taken by the socialist revolution on the world arena has been highly contradictory to date, it has gone forward in our century in accord with the laws discovered by Marx. The still partial resolution of the irreconcilable historical conflict between capital and labor brings us back to the respective logics of Kant and Hegel as construed by Colletti. He approves the following statement by Kant. In a real opposition, one of the opposed determinations can never be the contradictory contrary of the other. Note this well, Colletti's interjection Gn, since in such a case the contrast would be of a logical character. 4. Kant thereby categorically counterposes real forces to contradictory relations, although the one is not at all incompatible with the other. This distinction, which Colletti regards as all-important, comes to grief when it is applied to capital-labor relations. The class struggle between the capitalists and the workers involves a clash of real social forces, and these stand in dialectical contradiction to one another. Each has antithetical material interests to defend that pull them in divergent directions. Yet at 227. The same time, on the plane of social relations, they are organically interconnected within the capitalist framework, the existence of one being dependent upon the existence of the other. According to Hegel's conception of the movement of contradiction, the negative pole in the relation of opposites has the potential of annulling the positive pole, and, when the state of equilibrium, of dominance and subordination, is broken, proceeds to do so. Thus, in the course of development, the antagonistic interests of the contending classes lead to the disruption of the social and political equilibrium and ultimately to the downfall of the previously superior power. It is the sharpening of the main inner contradictions, as capitalism develops, between the capitalists and the workers, between the outmoded national boundaries and the international operation of the capitalist economy, and between socialized production and private appropriation that generate the crisis-ridden condition of the system today. Such is the logic of the basic structural features of its development. That is not how Coletti conceives of the matter. He concludes, capitalist oppositions are, for Marx, dialectical contradictions and not real oppositions. 4 degrees. What else can this mean but that there is no necessary antagonism in the relations between capital and labor, no definite connection between the laws of motion of the capitalist economy and the preparation of proletarian revolution? Such a theoretical position draws him closer to the outlook of an ethical socialism than to scientific socialism. Revolutionary action is reduced to a moral imperative. In a broadcast given over BBC to mark the centennial of the publication of the first volume of Capital, Isaac Deutscher had this to say about the role of dialectics in that work. Dialectics is indeed the grammar of Marxist thinking. But just as one shows one's mastery of grammar not in reciting its rules, but in living speech, so one shows one's grasp of dialectics not in mulling over its formulas, but in coming to grips with specific, large, and vital issues in history and contemporary affairs. No doubt, the rules of dialectics have to be learned. A good manual, like a good grammatical textbook, has its uses. But a one-sided preoccupation with abstract methodology is often a form of ideological escapism, even if those who indulge in it love to dwell on praxis and spell praxis with a capital P. Das Kapital is the supreme example of the dialectical mind in action, of the dialectical mind. 228. Using all its power of abstraction to plow up layer after layer of empirical social experience. Marx was, of course, greatly concerned with the problems of his philosophical workshop as well, and with the nature of his intellectual tools, those he had inherited from others and those he himself invented. But the workshop and the tools were not ends in themselves, they were there to process the economic and socio-political raw material and to turn out the finished product *registered. There is more truth and wisdom in this one paragraph than in all of Coletti's strained efforts to excise the dialectic from Marx's reasoning and turn capital, the preeminent model of the method of materialist dialectics, into a learned commentary on alienation and fetishism. These past and present disputes over the theory of knowledge and the method of capital are not merely a matter of academic interest. They are directly relevant to the solution of pressing social and political problems. The nature of the Soviet Union 60 years after the October Revolution is one of the most controversial issues in radical circles today. According to Moscow's official doctrine, the Soviet Union is socialist from top to bottom and on the way to communism. Peking contends that the Soviet Union is a capitalist, fascist, imperialist state. Despite their diametrically different conclusions, both of these centers of Stalinist theorizing follow the same logic. They assume that the Soviet Union is a homogeneous whole, possessing an identical content in all respects. This is a formalistic, not a dialectical, method of analyzing its stages of development since 1917. In reality, the Soviet political structure underwent a deep-going transformation from the workers' democracy of Lenin's time to the dictatorship of Stalinism. The Soviet Union is an extremely contradictory social formation in which an anti-socialist totalitarian political system intermeshes with a post-capitalist nationalized and planned economy. Whereas the ruling bureaucratic caste and its regime are reactionary, the nationalized and planned economy which it mismanages is highly progressive. Although, according to the thought pattern of formalistic thinkers, such a 229 mating of opposites is impossible, this definition corresponds to the real, contradictory state of affairs. Where does Coletti stand on this crucial question? He does reject the theory that the Soviet Union has restored capitalism. He also considers Trotsky's treatment of the USSR in the revolution betrayed to be an exemplary model of analysis. But when it comes to drawing a specific conclusion as to the class character of the Soviet state, he does not accept Trotsky's dialectical characterization. In an earlier essay, The Question of Stalin, he did concur with Trotsky that the Soviet Union was a society of transition from capitalism to socialism, but he balked at accepting the more concrete materialist definition of a degenerated workers' state. At the same time, he cannot propose any more precise definition. 47 This agnostic partisan of Kantian epistemology might find it easier to arrive at an answer if he did not reject the objective reality of contradiction in social structures that accords with the insights of the materialist dialectic. Coletti sincerely wishes to surmount the stagnation of socialist theory in the West and help resolve the crisis of Marxism. He admits that he cannot yet wholly foresee the outcome of his drastic reconstruction of dialectical materialism. From the orientation of his thinking and the results of his re-evaluations to date, the prognosis is none too favorable. He is not following in the footsteps of Marx but departing from his path. In going back to Kant instead of moving forward from Hegel, as Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels did, he is not modernizing and improving Marxism but mutilating its principles and relapsing into outmoded ideas. That is not all. His retrogression in the philosophical and theoretical spheres has been attended by a political accommodation to reformism. His break from the Stalinist camp has not led forward to revolutionary Marxist positions but backward to social democracy. Coletti has become a supporter of the Italian Socialist Party, SI, which belongs to the Second International. Nowadays he envisages in Eurocommunism the opportunity for some kind of organic unity between the socialist and communist parties, if the CPS move further along in their affirmation of democracy and radically revise some essential themes of the doctrines of Marx, Lenin, and Gramsci. This would entail, he argues, opting for the historical compromise of CP participation in a coalition Gov. 230. Ernment with the Christian democracy aimed at democratizing rather than combating the bourgeois state and replacing it with a workers' regime. *8. The most widely read theorists of Western Marxism deform its principles along two quite different lines. One tendency, the early George Lukács, Jean-Paul Sartre, Henri Lefebvre, the Frankfurt School, ETAL, submerges its materialism. The other, Althusser, Coletti, and even Timpanaro, seeks to do away with its dialectical mainspring. Notwithstanding their polemics against one another, both camps strike at dialectical materialism in one or another of its vital parts. The unique philosophical contribution of Marx and Engels was their synthesis of a consistent and comprehensive materialist worldview with a theory of universal evolution that was thoroughly dialectical. These two lines of thought had previously been developed separately and were considered incompatible. To separate one of these components from the other and disparage either is to impair, if not to undo, their achievement. If Marxism is to retain and after the debacle of Stalinism, to regain the scientific rigor of its founders, it must hold fast to both sides of their teachings, the materialist basis and the dialectical mode of thought. These constitute an indissoluble unity, as its most qualified adherents have recognized in the past. 9. Is nature dialectical? I. Comment on a debate by George Novack. On December 7, 1961, 6,000 young people gathered in a Paris auditorium to listen to a debate on dialectics by four noted French scholars. Such a meeting would be as unlikely in New York as the outdoor recitals poets give before large crowds in Moscow. Different countries, different customs, and different levels of cultural and intellectual development. The participants in the symposium represented the two most widely discussed philosophies of our time, existentialism and Marxism. Neither trend of thought has the following in the United States that the first has in Western Europe or the second in communist countries. America's ideological life is provincial and lags far behind the most advanced movements elsewhere. Jean-Paul Sartre, possibly the most influential living man of letters, and Jean Hippolyte, Sorbonne professor and Hegelian scholar, upheld the existentialist viewpoint. Roger Garaudy of the Political Bureau of the French Communist Party, director of its Center for Marxist Studies and Research, and author of numerous philosophical works, and Jean-Pierre Vigier, one of France's leading theoretical physicists, spoke for Marxism. Their topic was, is the dialectic solely a law of history or is it also a law of nature? It is possible to hold one of three main positions on this question. The first is that dialectics is sheer metaphysics, a. 231. 232. Vestige of theology, an aberration of logic, meaningless verbiage which has no reference to reality and is useless for scientific thought in any field. This is the opinion of almost all scholars, scientists, and those trained by them in the universities of the US and England, where empiricism, positivism, and pragmatism hold sway. Another is that dialectics is valid in certain domains but not in others. Adherents of partial dialectics usually maintain that its laws apply to mental or social processes but not to nature. For them a dialectic of nature belongs to Hegelian idealism, not to a consistent materialism. This position has been put forward by quite a number of Marxists and semi-Marxists. Such is the view taken by the existentialists Sartre and Hippolyte. The third position is that dialectical materialism deals with the entire universe and its logic holds good for all the constituent sectors of reality which enter into human experience, nature, society, and thought. The laws of dialectics, which have arisen out of the investigation of universal processes of becoming and modes of being, apply to all phenomena. Although each level of being has its own specific laws, these merge with general laws covering all spheres of existence and development, which constitute the content and shape the method of materialist dialectics. This view, held by the creators of scientific socialism and their authentic disciples, was defended in the debate by Garaudy, Vigier, and the chairman, Jean Oursel, professor of mineralogy at the National Museum of Natural History. An American would consider it strange that the controversy on the question should take place only between two schools of dialecticians, one piecemeal, the other thoroughgoing. Very few people in the United States today are convinced that dialectical logic of any kind is worth serious consideration. A broad spectrum of attitudes toward Marxism is exhibited in the Soviet Union, the United States, and France. In the US, where capitalism reigns supreme, anything associated with socialism and communism is depreciated, if not tabooed. Marxism is regarded as obsolete, its philosophy false. In the Soviet Union, where the socialist revolution abolished capitalism decades ago, dialectical materialism is the state philosophy. Under Stalin, in fact, it became scholasticized and ossified, as Vigier admits and Hippolyte testifies. The latter tells how during a recent visit the Soviet Academy of Sciences contrived to have him talk to the students about mechanism. 233. Instead of existentialism, as he wished. However, all the questions after his lecture related to existentialism. It seems to me that the youth were strongly interested in Sartre's existential philosophy, he dryly observes. The intellectual and political climate of France stands between those of the major Cold War antagonists. There is lively tension and continual intercourse between Marxist and non-Marxist currents of thought, and especially between the politically oriented atheistic existentialists such as Sartre, and various exponents of Marxism. Sartre and C. Wright Mills reflect the ideological differences between their two countries. Mills held a place among radical intellectuals in the English-speaking world like that of Sartre in Europe. Yet in his last work, The Marxists, Mills dismissed the laws of dialectics as something mysterious, which Marx never explains clearly but which his disciples claim to use. Indeed, even this footnote reference was an afterthought added to his original manuscript in deference to friendly critics. Such a blackout of dialectics would be unthinkable for Sartre. He was educated and lives in an environment where both Hegelian and Marxist philosophies are taken seriously, on a continent where scientific socialism has influenced intellectual and public life for almost a century, and in a country where the Communist Party gets a quarter of the vote and has the allegiance of much of the working class. He has developed his own ideas in contact and contest with Marxism, from the time he propounded the philosophy of existence as its rival to the present stage, when he conceives of existentialism as a subordinate ideology within Marxism which aspires to renovate and enrich it. Mills took from Marxism only those elements that suited his empirical sociology and new left orientation. He cut the dialectical heart out of the Marxist method of thought and presented what was left as the whole organism. Sartre has a higher esteem for dialectics. But as we shall see, he too accepts only what can be fitted into his Marxized existentialism. The transcript of this Paris debate between existentialists and Marxists is worth examining at length because many of the chief objections to materialist dialectics were posed and answered in the light of present-day scientific developments. Sartre's case against a dialectic of nature one's view of different from that of an American pragmatist or positivist. His arguments are distinctively existentialist. He agrees that history and knowledge are dialectical processes. 234. Because they are created by humanity and humanity is involved in their development. There is a historical materialism but no dialectical materialism. Dialectics is internal to history. The province of dialectics cannot go beyond human practice. It is illegitimate to extend dialectical laws to non-historical, non-human phenomena. Sartre presents three main reasons for this restriction. 1. Dialectics deals only with concrete totalities which human beings themselves totalize through practice. History and society are such. Nature, on the other hand, does not constitute a single integrated whole. Nature may be infinite, even contain an infinity of infinites. But it consists of fragmented totalities which have no inner unity, no universal and necessary interconnection. The disunity of nature forbids any universal dialectic. 2. The contradictions operating in history cannot be the same as antagonisms in nature. Social contradictions are based upon the reciprocal conditioning and organic interpenetration of their contending sides through human mediation. The opposing forces inside a physical-chemical system are not interactive and interrelated in this way. Brute matter, the practico-inert, is disjointed, dispersed, resistant to dialectical movement. 3. We can know society and history from the inside, as they really are, because they are the work of humanity, the result of our decision and action. Their dialectical linkages are disclosed through the contradictory interplay of subject and situation. But physical phenomena remain external to us and to other objects. They are opaque to our insight. We cannot penetrate to their real inner nature and grasp their essence. In sum, nature must be non-dialectical because of its disunity, its lack of contradiction, its insurmountable externality and inertia. The only possible dialectical materialism is historical materialism, which views our establishment of relations with the rest of reality from the standpoint of our action upon it. Orthodox Marxists revert to theology and metaphysics, says Sartre, by extending dialectical laws over nature on purely philosophical or methodological grounds. He does, however, concede that dialectical laws may at some point be found applicable to nature. But only by way of analogy. This presently involves a risky extrapolation, which must await verification through further findings by the natural scientists. And even if they should discover that physical processes resemble the dialectical type and start to use dialectical models in their research. 235. This would provide no insight into the nature of nature, no true knowledge of its essential features. Thus the existentialist Sartre turns out to be a positivist in his last word on the possible relations of dialectics to the physical world. For him the ideas of this logic can be no more than handy hypotheses in metaphorical dress that may help scientists order and clarify their data but cannot reflect the content of nature. Sartre is not consistent in his effort to imprison dialectics in the social world and strike it out of prehuman and non-human phenomena. His arguments against the dialectics of nature are more fully set forth in his 1960 philosophical work of 755 pages, Critique of Dialectical Reason, of which the first part was published here in 1963 under the title Search for a Method. There he admits that living matter, at least, may develop dialectically. Sartre writes, the organism engenders the negative as that which disrupts its unity. Disassimilation and excretion are still opaque and biological forms of negation insofar as they are a movement oriented toward rejection. This exception opens a breach in his position. Garotti correctly observes that once Sartre has recognized that negation and totalization exist in the prehuman state, it will be difficult to stop halfway and keep dialectics confined to biology without extending its jurisdiction to the rest of nature. In his rejoinder to Sartre, who wishes to see only partial unities or specific totalities in nature, Vigier points out that nature is a whole made up of myriad parts. The reality of the universe we inhabit is both material and dialectical. Its unity is expressed in an infinite series of levels of existence. Each of the specific realms of being which collectively constitute the material universe is finite, partial, it incorporates only a limited aspect of the whole. In itself nature is endless and inexhaustible. It forever generates new properties, modes, and fields of existence. There are no limits to what it has been, to what it now is, to what it may become. One of the major errors of mechanical and metaphysical thought about nature, Vigier says, is the notion that it is based upon ultimate elements from which everything else issues and with which the rest of reality can be built up. This conception, which goes back to the Greek atomists, has been carried forward by the natural scientists who believed that molecules, atoms, and then elementary particles were the basic building blocks of the entire universe. Actually, science has been developing along different lines, both. 236. In regard to the universe at large, the macrocosm, and to the subatomic domain, the microcosm. There is no foreseeable end to astronomical phenomena or our discovery of them, as the recently discovered black holes indicate. What appears immobile on one level is really in flux at another level. There are in principle no irreducible or immutable elements in nature. This has just been reconfirmed by the acknowledgement that so-called elementary particles can no longer be considered the ultimate objects of microphysics. New microparticles keep turning up which reveal more profound movements and antagonisms. The history and practice of the sciences demonstrate that various totalities exist in nature as well as in human history. Vigier points out that living organisms are totalities which can be decomposed into finer totalities such as the giant molecules. Farther afield, the Earth, the solar system, our galaxy, and all galactic systems taken together can be approached and analyzed as totalities with a disregard for their detailed fluctuations. The distinct totalities which are found all around us in nature are relative, partial, and limited. Yet, far from negating the unity of nature, they constitute and confirm it. Experiments show that however complicated the biochemistry of life, its processes are fundamentally the same from the algae to the human organism. We ourselves are made of star stuff. It has been ascertained that the universe has a common chemistry, just as all the diverse forms of life on Earth share similar biological laws. The same elements that make up the Earth and its inhabitants are present in the most remote stellar regions. The substantial unity of nature is asserted not only in its structural components, but in its stages and modes of development. Science is rapidly filling in a vast panorama of cosmic advancement. It is uncertain how the observable universe originated, if it did at all. But it has certainly evolved from the creation of the elements, the constitution of the stellar galaxies, and other celestial phenomena to the birth of our solar system and the formation of the Earth's crust and atmosphere. Then it proceeded to the chemical conditions required for the primary reactions leading to the first forms of life, on through the transformations of organic species, up to the advent of humanity. All this has been climaxed by the birth and forward movement of society over the past million-odd years. This unified process of development is the real basis for the universality of the dialectic, which maintains that everything is 237. Linked together and interactive, in continuous motion and change, and that this change is the outcome of the conflicts of opposing forces within nature as well as everything to be found in it. To assert that everything is in the last analysis connected with everything else does not nullify the relative autonomy of specific formations and singular things. But the separation of one thing from another, its qualitative distinctions from everything else, breaks down at a certain point in time and in space. So long as the opposing forces are in balance, the totality appears stable, harmonious, at rest, and is really so. But this is a transient condition. Sooner or later, alterations in the inner relation of forces, and interactions with other processes in the environment, upset the achieved equilibrium, generate instability, and can eventuate in the disruption and destruction of the most hard and fast formations. Dialectics is fundamentally the most consistent way of thinking about the universal interconnections of things in the full range of their development. In addition to denying the unity of nature, Sartre attempts to erect impassable barriers between different orders of existence by splitting nature from human history. Is this justified by the facts? There was a profound interruption in the continuity of natural evolution, a qualitative jump, when humankind lifted itself above the other primates by means of the labor process. There are basic differences between nature and society, they have different laws of development. But there is no unbridgeable gap between them. Just as the inorganic gave rise to the organic, that in turn and in time engendered social life, the distinctive field of human action. But all three sectors of reality remain in the closest communion. The chemical elements, nitrogen, carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, which enter into the total metabolism of organisms through food consumption, inhaling, exhaling, internal utilization and breakdown, excretion and elimination, return to the atmosphere, earth, and water for reuse. Our economy as well as our physiology exhibits the unbreakable unity of the diverse levels of being. The farmer furrowing the soil with an animal-drawn plow and seeding it brings together mineral, botanical, 238, zoological, and human forces in the unified process of producing food. The inanimate, the animate, and the social belong to a single stream of material existence and evolution with endless currents. Are the oppositions in nature so radically different from contradictions in the life of humanity as Sartre contends? Contradictions on every level of existence have their peculiar characteristics, which must be found out in the course of practical experience and formulated in scientific inquiry. The sociological law that as technology expands, the productive forces of humankind tend to grow beyond and conflict with the relations of production and the property forms in which they have been encased is very different from Isaac Newton's laws of motion. Does this mean that physical and social processes have no common denominators? Marxism maintains that general laws of being and becoming exist which allow both for the identities and differences, the persistent and the changing, in the real world. They embrace both nature and human life and are capable of expression as laws of logical thought. Included in the inventory of the laws of dialectics are the interpenetration of opposites, the passage of quantity into quality, the negation of the negation, the conflict of form and content, and many others. They are as relevant to nature as to society because they are rooted in the objective world. Vigier observes that internal antagonisms, that is to say, the assemblage of forces which necessarily evolve in contrary directions, illustrate the nature of contradiction. The unity of opposites is understood as the unity of elements on one level which engenders the phenomena of a higher level. The transformation of quantity into quality is interpreted as the sudden rupture of equilibrium within a system, for example, the destruction of one of the antagonistic forces, which modifies the equilibrium and gives rise to a qualitatively new phenomenon in the midst of which new contradictions appear. Vigier cites the advances of modern physics as evidence of the intrinsically contradictory properties of analyzed systems, which contain simplicity and complexity, inertia and violent motion at one and the same time. The material elements considered inert at one level, For example, the macroscopic bodies described by classical physics are revealed upon analysis to be prodigiously complex and mobile as scientific knowledge progresses. On our scale, this table can appear to me inert, but we know it is. 239. Composed of molecules in extremely complex and violent motion. These molecules themselves can be decomposed into mobile atoms when I push analysis much further. Finally, the atoms themselves split into so-called elementary particles, which in their turn disclose equally mobile and complex internal structures. The motion dealt with in contemporary microphysics is not considered as the simple shift of an inert element from one point to another, but rather as a violent oscillating movement which develops at one point to the degree it is destroyed in the immediately preceding position. Each side of this dual process of annihilation and creation reciprocally conditions the other. The new emerges from the old in nature by way of contradiction, that is to say, by negating the essential properties of the previous form of being and absorbing its reconstituted elements into a higher synthesis. The major leaps from one qualitative state to another take place on the borderlands of evolution, where one state of matter passes over into another. Biochemists are now seeking to ascertain and duplicate the successive steps through which purely chemical reactions produce the first biochemical mechanisms. Although the inorganic is the matrix, the mother of life, life on Earth is something radically novel. As a totality, it is other and more than a chemical process. It has structures, properties, and powers that go far beyond its predecessor. It is necessary to seek in the mineral for the origin of the processes and materials of the organic world, says J.D. Bernal, the British physicist, but life itself represents a capital stage in the evolution of matter, the containment of continual chemical processes in a limited volume. Formal logic, which is based on abstract, or simple, identity, A equals A, is too one-sided to explain this negation of one state of matter and its transformation into its opposite, in this case the lifeless into the living, because it excludes from its premises real difference and contradiction, which is the extreme development of difference. But the unity of opposites, A equals non-A, which makes contradiction explicit and intelligible, can explain this transition, which actually occurred on Earth. The emergence of life from the non-living in turn substantiates the objective basis in nature of this law of concrete contradiction, a cornerstone of dialectical logic. According to Sartre, we are barred from knowing the inside of nature because it is not the work of humankind. Are physical chemical phenomena inaccessible to us because we do not have 240 such direct contact with them as with history? To be sure, remarks Vigier, we have to make and employ experimental devices to delve into the thick of things. But through these instruments we do find out their real properties and inner relations. How can we be sure that our ideas actually correspond to what nature is in itself? This is no new question for philosophy, and Marxism developed a theory of knowledge to answer it. Sartre, like Immanuel Kant, bases his agnosticism upon the supposedly impenetrable character of materiality. Guaratti points out that while relations between the subject and object, the human and non-human, may initially be opaque, they can be rendered more and more transparent by practice and theory. The proof that we know what things really are comes from useful practice. From solar masses to subatomic particles, we handle the materials and direct the operations of nature for our social purposes. If we project through action an idea or scientific hypothesis about the material world or any portion of it, we receive a response, either negative or affirmative. The idea either fits the situation or it does not. Both responses enable us to deal with, and eventually to understand, the features and functions of nature. They disclose not only the movement but the structure of reality. A new hypothesis does not simply destroy the old, leading to null results in the history of thought. The superior hypothesis that replaces the cruder and narrower one contains within itself whatever remains valid and valuable in its outworn and discarded predecessor, as an automatic shear retains the cutting edge of chipped stone, and Albert Einstein's relativity theory includes and explains what is true and useful in Newtonian physics. Knowledge progresses and accumulates in this dialectical manner. It is thus possible to deepen our understanding and extend our control. Even if we never get to learn everything about nature, the verified knowledge actually gained through endless investigation enables us to probe ever more deeply into its recesses. The issue in dispute is whether the structure and movement of nature disclosed by science and experiment is such that only a dialectical method of thought renders the phenomena intelligible and manageable. Sartre evades a definite answer to this question by walling up nature in an unbreachable externality with no 241 windows we can look and reach through. He rejects the Marxist conception that human knowledge reflects objective reality. Guerrati is obliged to clear up two common misunderstandings about this theory which Sartre plays upon. The term reflection does not signify that knowledge is a passive phenomenon which merely duplicates the object, like a mirror image, or mechanically reproduces it, like a stamping machine. The process of conception is more complex and active. Arising out of work and everyday practice, stimulated by the predicaments of life, the human mind invents ideas and hypotheses and tries various means of verifying them. Further, knowledge is not simply derived from sensation which gives immediate contact with the external world as the original empiricists taught. It is essentially historical, the product of prolonged social practice and intricate modifications of thought in its adjustments to reality, which remain forever incomplete. This is true of the dialectics of nature as well. It is not imposed a priori or willfully upon nature, as Sartre charges. It represents the verified conclusions, the systematic formulations of practical experience, scientific investigation, and critical thought extending from Heraclitus to Hegel. Like other theoretical acquisitions, it is projected into the future as a guide to further inquiry into concrete reality. But if Marxism has discarded the passive, oversimplified, and non-evolutionary versions of the thought process held by previous schools of materialism from Epicurus to the 18th century sensationalists, it asserts with them that conceptual reflection does bring out and define the essential qualities and relations of things. Nature is prior to consciousness. There is an internal bond between what exists and what is known and even how it is known. The order of ideas, as Benedict Spinoza said, does correspond with the order of things. Hippolyte makes two charges against the Marxist interpretation of dialectics. On the one hand, it aims to make nature historical by importing dialectical laws into it, and on the other it tries to naturize history by subjecting it to the same laws as the physical world. He wishes to keep history and nature in totally separate compartments. This is alien to reality. Nature is through and through historical. Vigier emphasizes how, proceeding from the history of biology and the human sciences, the idea of evolution has step by step invaded the whole of the sciences. After astronomy it is today. 242. Breaking through into chemistry and physics. This idea of history, of evolution, of analysis in terms of development is for us precisely the profound logical root of the dialectics of nature. It can even be said that in a sense all scientific progress is being achieved along the line of abandoning static descriptions for the sake of dynamic analyses combining the intrinsic properties of the analyzed phenomena. For us, science progresses from Cuvier to Darwin, from the static to the dynamic, from formal logic to dialectical logic. Nature and society form two parts of a single historical process. But they are basically different, contradictory parts. Other living beings have history made for them, we make our own history. Animals depend upon the available food and other features of their environment for survival, they cannot alter or discard their specialized organs and ways of life to cope with sudden changes. Entire species can perish when their habitats change too rapidly and radically. Humans, on the other hand, are not subjected to any particular environment or mode of adaptation. We can adjust to new conditions, meet changes, and even institute them by inventing new tools and techniques and producing what we need. Up to now, social development has carried over certain traits of natural development because by and large it has proceeded in an unconscious and uncontrolled manner. The course of society has been determined not by human purposes, but by the unintended results of the operation of the productive forces. but human history has reached the point where it can discard its blind automatism and enter an entirely different type of development. By discovering the laws of social development and collectively acting upon them, we can take control of society and consciously plan its further growth. Hippolyte and Sartre accuse Marxism of instituting a new dogmatism by presenting a fixed and finished system of thought about the world. Hippolyte's last words in the debate are, "You risk giving us a sort of dialectics, under the pretext of dialectics of nature, which would be a speculative, i.e., idealistic, thought, in certain respects a theological thought, even though you disclaim such an intention." Sartre contends that Marxist dialectics is a frozen system based upon a limited number of laws, the three mentioned by Engels in Dialectics of Nature. 243. Sartre is right in saying that the laws of logic are not limited. But so does genuine Marxism, even though some doctrinaires of the Stalinist school have sought to limit them. The French philosopher Henri Lefebvre ridiculed one official of the French Communist Party who smugly declared to him, "The house of dialectical thought is finished, there is nothing left to do but put up the tapestries." There does not exist a closed, finished, definitive list of dialectical laws, says Garotti. The presently known laws constitute a provisional balance sheet of our knowledge. Further social practice and scientific experiment will permit us to enrich and extend them. Although the dialectical laws discovered and formulated to date have a definite content and universal scope, they are neither completed nor unchangeable. The number and the character of the laws of logic have changed over the past 2,500 years. They will continue to be transformed along with the development of nature, society, and knowledge. Sartre strives to secure an objective basis for dialectics by locating it exclusively within human practice. If we refuse to see the original dialectical movement in the individual and in his enterprise of producing his life, of objectifying himself, then we shall have to give up dialectic or else make of it the immanent law of history, he writes in Search for a Method. This is a very misleading description of dialectical movement even within human history. The dialectical development of society proceeds not from the action and decision of the isolated individual in a concrete situation but from the work of the group, first in the struggle against nature, then in the conflict of classes. Subjective components of the whole such as individual psychology which so preoccupy the existentialists, are integral and subordinate elements of this objective historical process and derive their validity and significance from it. In the reciprocal relationship whereby human practice transforms and masters the environment, nature retains existential priority, however much this offends the subjectivity of the existentialist philosopher. The origin of human practice itself requires explanation. The distinctive activities that have separated humanity from the animal condition originated with the using and making of tools and weapons to obtain the means of subsistence. But this new kind of activity, which is at the foundation of society, grew out of 244 natural processes that antedate human practice by billions of years. In the evolutionary scale, animal activity preceded human practice, which was a qualitatively new offshoot of it. When the first fish developed lungs, came to live on dry land, and converted themselves into amphibians, that was a dialectical change in organic nature. Through the natural mechanisms of the evolution of species, the fish, to use Sartre's language, objectified himself into something else. The dialectics of human history grew out of this dialectics of nature. It originated in the conversion of the early primate into the human, the most meaningful of all the contradictory developments of matter. The elevation of humanity above animality was the greatest rupture in the continuity of nature's evolution. The qualitative disjunction between us and other species is so deep-going that Sartre takes it as the ground for excluding dialectics from nature. He is here baffled by a genuine contradiction. Human beings are both creatures of nature and a departure from it. When the human is low-rated as nothing but a high-grade animal, different in degree but not in kind from other living beings, the essential and distinctive nature of humanity is obliterated. Human life, which stems from the production of the means of subsistence by tools and weapons, is something radically new compared with the animal foraging for food. The labor process is the beginning of society and provides the platform for the dialectical movement of history. Fundamental changes in the organization of this labor process are the decisive steps in the further advancement of humanity. But the processes which humanized our primate ancestors were both a prolongation of brute nature and a level above and beyond it. Just as there is both continuity and discontinuity in the transition from ape to human, so there is comparable continuity and discontinuity between the dialectics of nature and that of history. The dialectics of nature has different forms and proceeds according to different laws than the dialectics of social evolution. It is the prehistory of human dialectics, the precondition for it. The one passes over into the other as humanity has created its own characteristics in distinction from the rest of nature. The evolution of human life through social practice is only the culminating chapter in the evolution of matter. The dialectic of 245. Human history, which for Sartre is the be-all and end-all of dialectics, is the latest episode in the universal dialectic. Sartre's subjectivist and anthropocentric conception of dialectical movement is belied by the latest finding of modern science. Scientists now say that billions of planets are suitable for the creation of life and may very likely be populated by intelligent organisms of some sort. There are 100 million eligible planets in our galaxy alone. Humanity is only one manifestation of life, inhabiting a small planet of a solar system on the edge of an ordinary galaxy in an explorable universe of billions of galaxies containing other and in some cases higher specimens of life. This remarkable addition to our knowledge does not detract from the value and significance of life on Earth for us. After all, the improvement of our own scientific practice and theory has led us to this insight. But it should serve to put our existence into proper cosmic proportion and perspective. Dialectics can no more be restricted to the people on our planet than life and intelligence can be. The existentialist resents and rejects the rationalism and objectivity of science. It supposedly leads us away from real being, which is to be perpetually sought, though never reached, through the ever-renewed, ever-baffled effort of the individual consciousness to go beyond our human condition. The terrible destiny of the human race is like the desire of the moth for the star/the night for the morrow/the devotion to something afar/from the sphere of our sorrow. So the exasperated existentialist Sartre flings as his trump card against the dialectics of nature the current crisis in science. There has never been, I believe, as grave a crisis as the present one in science, he cries to Vigier. So when you come to talk to us about your completed, formed, solid science and want to dissolve us in it, you'll understand our reserve. Vigier calmly replies, science progresses by means of crises in the same manner as history, that's what we call progress. Crises are the very foundation of progress. And he concludes, the very practice of science, its progress, the very manner in which it is today passing from a static to a dynamic analysis of the world, that is precisely what is progressively elaborating the dialectic of nature under our very eyes. The dialectic of nature is very simply the effort of the philosophy of our time. Of the most 246. Encyclopedic philosophy, that is, Marxism to apprehend the world and change it. This ringing affirmation will appear bizarre to Anglo-American scientists who may respect Vigier for his work as a physicist. They summarily disqualify dialectical logic on the ground that, whatever its philosophical or political interest, it has no value in promoting any endeavor in natural science. If the method is valid, the anti-dialecticians say, then purposeful application by its proponents should prove capable of producing important new theories and practical results in other fields than the social. Marxists are challenged to cite instances where the dialectical method has actually led to new discoveries and not simply demonstrated after the fact that specific scientific findings conform to the generalizations of dialectical logic. The most splendid contribution of this kind in recent decades has been Oparin's theories on the origin of life, which are widely accepted and have stimulated fruitful work on the problems of biogenesis and genetics. The Soviet scientists' theory is based on the hypothesis that the random formation and interaction of increasingly complex molecules gave rise to the simplest forms of living matter, which then began to reproduce at the expense of the surrounding organic material. Oparin consciously employed such principles of materialist dialectics as the transformation of quantity into quality, the interruption of continuity, evolution by leaps, and the conversion of chance fluctuations into regular processes and definite properties of matter, to initiate an effective new line of approach to one of the central problems of science: how did inanimate nature generate life on Earth? Such cases would undoubtedly multiply if more practicing scientists were better informed about the Marxist method of thought. The crisis of method within science is only one aspect of the more general crisis of modern civilization. This has become most excruciating in the deadly consequences of physical science under capitalist auspices. The dialectics of nature exhibited in the fission and fusion of atoms has merged with the dialectics of history in the most monstrous and momentous of all contradictions facing humanity, the threat of self-destruction by nuclear war. 247. Why have the immense strides in physical knowledge and technology designed to serve humankind become perverted into an intolerable menace to our survival? The H-cent bomb exemplifies the sociological law that the fast-expanding forces of production have outgrown capitalist relations and are pounding against them for liberation. Used for good or evil, nuclear energy, the greatest source of power at our command, is proving incompatible with private ownership of the economy and capitalist control over the government. The imperative political conclusion is that the representatives of the money power in the United States must be prevented from pressing the button which can doom us all, as was nearly done in the 1962 missile crisis over Cuba. Capitalism is the last form of socio-economic organization dominated by laws which operate in an ungovernable way, like laws of nature. The aim of scientific socialism, the task of the proletarian world revolution, is to subdue all the anarchic forces tied up with capitalism which generate insecurity and havoc in our society. The blind drives of class society have pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. Conscious understanding and application of the dialectical laws of evolution and revolution can help save us. Only through public ownership and operation of the economy and democratic direction of state policy can the working people introduce scientific enlightenment into the material foundations of life, overthrow the last entrenchment of automatism in social evolution, and clear the way for the rule of reason in all human affairs. Il. A comment by Ivan Gracil. I have just read your article, Is Nature Dialectical?, in the summer 1964 issue of the International Socialist Review, and was quite impressed by it. Although I must plead guilty to a rather superficial knowledge of Marxism, I am very interested in Hegel's work. During my study of Hegel, I have come to the conclusion that the question of the philosophy of nature is a crucial one. In my opinion, Hegel's philosophy falls apart into a dualism of mind and matter instead. 248. Of being the synthesis he desired just because of the failure of his philosophy of nature. This failure is not, I submit, a failure of the dialectical method, but the result of the lack of sufficient scientific knowledge at Hegel's time plus Hegel's insistence on bending the inadequate knowledge he did have into his philosophic system. It is the latter fault that makes his philosophy of nature appear downright silly today, but it is only today that we are beginning to attain the scientific knowledge that makes a dialectical view of the facts the only reasonable one. This part of Hegel's philosophy has been largely neglected, but I consider it vital to a serious consideration of his thought today. Therefore, your article on the dialectics of nature was a very welcome piece of writing to me. On the whole, I agree with your position. The laws of dialectics apply to nature as well as humanity. The scientific knowledge available now can only be understood thoroughly by the use of dialectics. This appears most obviously in the realm of evolution and biology in general, but the interrelationship of all aspects of our world means that it is applicable to the other sciences as well. The existentialist position would create a complete alienation between man and the world, and would destroy the objectivity of our knowledge and thus our ability to act. Sartre's position, as described in your article, that humans can never attain to the reality of things, that our knowledge and the laws of our dialectical logic apply only to humanity and society, etc. sounds like that of a resuscitated Kant. It can only lead to a divided worldview, a denial of the possibility of true knowledge and, ultimately, to excesses of subjectivity rather than creative activity. The existentialists may begin their philosophic inquiry from the standpoint of the individual, but that does not mean that they can stop there without losing sight of the essential thing that we are in and of the world. The points made by Vigier and Garotti were, I felt, an excellent rebuttal to Sartre and Hippolyte. There is one point in your article, however, with which I would take some exception. That is when you argue against the anti-dialecticians by pointing out the advances made in science, especially by Oparin, through 249. The use of dialectical method. Dialectical logic may help the scientist reach some useful hypotheses for later investigation, but this is not the essential point here. It seems to me that the method or means by which scientific discoveries are made is secondary in this argument. What is really vital is the fact that only a dialectical view of nature can provide an adequate framework in which these new discoveries can be seen in their total relationship. That is, how one gets to the discovery is not so important as the realization that this new fact can only be thoroughly explained and related to the rest of our knowledge through a dialectical viewpoint. There is one other point that seems appropriate to this discussion. I read recently that Roger Garuda was to write an introduction to a Russian translation of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's Phenomenon of Man. Now Teilhard certainly is not a dialectical materialist in any sense of the word. However, beneath the theological portion of his thought, one finds a view of evolution that is certainly dialectical in a Hegelian, if not a Marxist, sense. And Teilhard's work seems to have been a little too materialistic for the Roman Catholic Church. Teilhard's work in itself deserves study, but simply in connection with the question of the dialectics of nature, it seems to me that it may be a sign that we are approaching a higher synthesis of thought. The static conceptions of idealism and materialism may give way to a newer, more adequate realization of their interdependence throughout the whole sphere of nature. That can only be achieved if we recognize the objective character of dialectics, that it applies to nature as well as to history. The perpetuation of alienation between mind and matter, humanity and the world, nature and history, can serve no good purpose, but only leads to fragmentation and confusion in philosophy and action. Dialectics by its nature has to be an open system which not only allows for the addition of new knowledge but also admits our freedom and ability to shape history. The recognition of nature as dialectical is the only way to a whole worldview that includes humanity in the world while recognizing our unique position and frees us to control our own future. Your article is an excellent statement of the issues and their importance, and I hope it will precipitate in this country a greater appreciation of the problem and wide discussion of it. 250. IIL. George Novack's response. Here are some comments on the main questions of theoretical interest raised by this friendly comment. 1. Would knowledge of the method of the materialist dialectic, which is based on the most general laws of being and becoming, assist physical scientists in their investigations of nature? Up to now almost all scientists have carried on their work without conscious understanding of the dialectical laws of universal development, just as most people speak very well without knowing the history or grammar of their language, breathe without awareness of the physiological processes of respiration, and acquire the necessities of life without comprehending the principles of political economy. Western philosophers and scientists almost unanimously believe that the dialectical view of nature is false, irrelevant, and even positively harmful in the theory and practice of science. This prejudice, rooted in our predominantly empirical and positivist intellectual traditions, has been reinforced by the arbitrary and ignorant interference of the Stalinist bureaucrats with scientific theory, along with their narrowly schematic, distorted, and dogmatic interpretation of Marxist method. This correspondent has a more favorable attitude toward the dialectical conception of nature. But she suggests that it may be far less important in facilitating progress in physical science than it is for explaining and correlating its discoveries after they have been made. Such a one-sided emphasis runs the risk of lapsing into the very Kantian dualism which she correctly criticizes in the case of the existentialists. What are here involved are the organic connections between the unity of reality, the sum total of our knowledge, and the scientific inquiry which shuttles from one to the other. If the dialectical method can be useful in clarifying the relationships of the knowledge of nature once it has been acquired, why cannot it be equally valuable in helping scientists to arrive at verified results? After all, the dialectical characteristics which are disclosed in the body of known facts must already have existed and been effective in the objective realities from which they have been derived. If scientists should approach the problems for which they seek 251 solutions in their particular fields with an informed understanding of the fundamental traits of development formulated in the laws of dialectical logic, why couldn't these serve as a general methodological guide in their concrete inquiries? In fact, the most creative scientists have assumed the truth of this or that rule of dialectical logic in conducting their work, although they have done so in a piecemeal, haphazard, semi-conscious manner. Without referring to past examples, let's take the many non-Marxist scientists around the world who are cooperating with Oparin in studying the specific steps by which the most elementary processes and mechanisms of life have emerged from inanimate matter. Unlike him, they pay no heed to the fact that the transition of the lifeless into the living exemplifies at least two laws of dialectical logic. One is the unity of opposites, which states that A equals non-A, the other is the transformation of quantity into quality. That is to say, a sufficient aggregate of chemical reactions of a special type gave rise to new properties appropriate to a new and higher state of material existence on this planet, the biochemical level, of which humans are the most complex and advanced embodiment. Just as Teilhard de Chardin's religious views did not prevent him from participating in the discovery of Peking man in 1929 and thus adding to our knowledge of human origins, so practicing physicists, chemists, and biologists can and do promote their sciences without any clear notions of the logic underlying their investigations, or even with erroneous ideas of the world. But would not the work of individual scientists benefit as much as science as a whole if they could rid their minds of errors and inconsistencies which run counter to a scientific outlook, and thus bring their general ideas about the universe and their logical theory into closer accord with their experimental practice and the requirements of science itself? That is why Marxists contend that a comprehensive grasp of the logic of dialectical materialism would not only clarify what science has already achieved but enable contemporary scientists to promote and improve their work. Science is still in its infancy and is only now being applied on a grand scale. There are more scientists in the world today than in all previous history. This sudden and sharp jump in the number of scientists and the facilities at their disposal demands a corresponding expansion in their understanding of the logic of evolution, which so far has been best provided by the school of dialectical materialism. 252. 2. The works of Father Teilhard de Chardin can throw light on this matter, although not entirely in the way intended by our correspondent. While Chardin is an inconsistent dialectician, he is not at all a materialist in his philosophy and procedure. One of the world's most eminent biologists, George Gaylord Simpson, who was a friend of Chardin's and has read both his published and unpublished manuscripts, concurs with this judgment in his book This View of Life. There, in a chapter entitled Evolutionary Theology, the New Mysticism, Simpson states that Chardin's ideas are mystical and non-scientific in two major respects. First, he divides all energy into two distinct kinds which cannot be verified, a tangential material energy and a radial spiritual energy. Second, he advocates orthogenesis as the principal mechanism of evolution. Unlike natural selection, which is based upon random and multidirectional trends of evolution, orthogenesis holds that evolution proceeds in a unidirectional, predetermined, and even purposive manner. Simpson severely censures Chardin for his spiritualistic double talk, which really has nothing to do with science. He writes that Teilhard was primarily a Christian mystic and only secondarily a scientist. Roger Garaudy likewise deals with Chardin in his book Perspectives of Man. Ironically, This foremost French communist philosopher is far more conciliatory toward the views of the Jesuit father than is the American biologist Simpson. Giraudy's book undertakes a critical analysis of the main currents of contemporary French thought, existentialism, Catholicism, and Marxism. He claims that all three are engaged in a common effort to grasp man in his totality, and he seeks to emphasize their possible convergence. He concludes that radical existentialists, liberal Catholics, and communists can cooperate not as adversaries but as explorers in a common venture which proceeds by different paths toward the same goal. This theoretical position is the reverse of that taken by Giraudy in the days of Stalin's Danov. It is motivated by the desire for a philosophical rapprochement among these incompatible schools of thought to accompany the CP's quest for a political alliance of all democratic, progressive, peace-loving forces as prescribed by the policy of peaceful coexistence. Those unorthodox features of Chardin's thought, which scandalize his superiors in the Jesuit order and the Church but attract 253 liberal Catholics, lend themselves to this purpose. It is true, as Giraudy points out, that Chardin recognized certain dialectical characteristics in the process of evolution, such as the universal interconnection and reciprocal action of all things, the transformation of quantity into quality in connection with biogenesis, though not in the transition from biological to social life, and the transmutation of matter in an ascending series of higher forms. But the finalism and vitalism which permeate his thought based on the supposition that evolution heads in only one direction, toward greater centrocomplexity, toward the omega point where humanity will merge with God, are irreconcilable not only with dialectical materialism but, as Simpson insists, with any acceptable scientific approach to universal evolution. 3. Somewhat in the spirit of Chardin, Yvonne Grossil intimates that the static conceptions of idealism and materialism may give way to a newer, more adequate realization of their interdependence throughout the whole sphere of nature. A Marxist cannot agree with this for numerous reasons. First, there is nothing static about a consistently dialectical and materialist view of nature, which is based upon the proposition that everything is in flux because of the opposing forces at work within it and in the universe. Materialist dialectics is dynamic, mobile, evolutionary through and through. Second, the valid and valuable contributions made to the store of human knowledge by the great idealists of the past, like dialectical logic itself, have been or ought to be incorporated into the structure of dialectical materialism without surrendering or compromising its fundamental positions, that reality consists of matter in motion, and that social life and intellectuality are the highest manifestations of the development of matter. Idealism, on the other hand, makes spiritual, supernatural, ideological, or personal forces the essence of reality. Such a fundamentally false philosophy has to be rejected in toto. Nor can these two opposing conceptions of the world and its evolution be amalgamated into some superior synthesis eclectically combining the best features of both, as Sartre tries to do with his neo-Marxist existentialism and Father de Chardin in his blend of religious mysticism and evolutionism. Modern thought and science can be most effectively advanced through a firm repudiation of all religious, mystical, and idealists. 254. Take notions and the conscious adoption, application, and development of dialectical materialism. Working in equal partnership, Marxist logic and the sciences can enable us to penetrate more surely and deeply into the nature of the world we live in. After finishing this reply, I chanced to read The Emergence of Evolutionary Novelties by Ernst Mayr, Agassiz professor of zoology at Harvard, in The Evolution of Life. It deals with the key problem of explaining the origin of entirely new biological phenomena on the basis of random variations. Mayr points out that the exact definition of an evolutionary novelty faces the same insuperable difficulty as the definition of the species. As long as we believe in gradual evolution, we must be prepared to encounter mediate evolutionary stages. Equivalent to the cases in which it is impossible to decide whether a population is not yet a species or already a species, will be cases of doubt as to whether a population is already or not yet an evolutionary novelty. The study of this difficult transition from the quantitative to the qualitative is precisely one of the objects of this paper. Mayer finds that there are three main kinds of evolutionary novelties: cellular biochemical innovations, the uric acid and fat metabolism of the cleidoic egg of the terrestrial vertebrates, new structures, eyes, wings, stings, and new habits or behavior patterns, the shift from water to land or from the earth to air. The saltationists and mutationists of various schools argued against the natural selectionists that new structures could only have come into existence suddenly and already for advantageous use, whereas Charles Darwin held that they would have to be formed by numerous, successive, and slight modifications of pre-existing organs. The problem of the emergence of evolutionary novelties, writes Mayer, then consists in having to explain how a sufficient number of small gene mutations can be accumulated until the new structure has become sufficiently large to have selective value. He calls this the threshold problem. His paper undertakes to demonstrate the ways in which different organisms have actually affected the changeover from one structure to another in the evolutionary process. Mayer's treatment is highly pertinent to our own discussion of logical 255 method in science, because it indicates how a biologist concerned with the fundamental problem of evolution has been impelled to invoke the dialectical law of the transformation of quantity into quality in order to explain the generation of novelty in living beings. Indeed, how would it be possible to comprehend how the mere piling up of quantitative variations could give rise to something decisively different from its antecedents unless this law was operative? It may be objected that Mayer has not used this law to discover anything new but only to clarify how new biological phenomena come into existence. But, as John Dalton's atomic theory of the chemical elements, Darwin's theory of evolution, and Max Planck's quantum theory testify, the discovery of the general laws at work, the basic features and essential relations in any field of reality, is the highest expression of scientific activity. A correct and comprehensive conception of the production of novelty in organic evolution is more important for the advancement and reinforcement of biological science than the discovery of some new aspect of functional adaptation to a habitat by a particular group of fauna. Mayer is one of the most eminent of contemporary American biologists. It can be assumed that he is not a Marxist or an adherent of dialectical materialism. He has resorted to one of the major laws of dialectics empirically, without a full awareness of the type of logical thinking he was applying, just as another naturalist of lesser stature might explore a novel type of adaptation of a group of organisms without concerning himself about a general explanation of evolutionary novelty as Mayer had done. Mayer's acknowledgement of the indispensability of this law of dialectics in solving the problem of the emergence of evolutionary novelties provides involuntary and forceful testimony to its value for the natural scientist. AIA bedside yan IIS, geg R equals. NAK ins wits eta ha 1 N9 revels in OE. OB. American Philosophy and the Labor Movement. American Philosophy and the Labor Movement. How odd to couple these two together, we can imagine eminent heads in both fields exclaiming. What can they have in common? It must be acknowledged that at present they make an incongruous, even ludicrous, juxtaposition. To most professors, philosophy has no special connection with either politics or the working class. Almost all union leaders believe the labor movement can get along very well without any philosophy. Here as elsewhere, extremes meet. The labor bureaucrats have as little regard for philosophy as the university mandarins have for the labor movement. Is this estrangement a fixed and permanent feature of American culture? Or is it the product of special, episodic historical conditions? To answer these questions, let us first examine the evolution of the mass labor movement in the United States on its theoretical side, in its two main stages, the Gompers-Green era and the subsequent period of the CIO. One of the outstanding peculiarities of the American labor movement has been the immense disparity between its strength in industrial action and organization, and its political and theoretical weakness compared with working class movements in other countries. The American workers possess in full measure all the remarkable qualities which distinguish the American people generally and have been responsible for its colossal achievements. They radiate dynamic energy, they excel in sustained labor and 257. 258. Collective organization for the execution of given tasks, they are ingenious, free of routinism, highly cultured in modern technology. They have displayed these capacities not only in working for their bosses but also in the struggles which have created the largest and most powerful trade union structure in the world. These magnificent traits can be counted upon to assert themselves even more forcefully in the decades ahead and will be the source of still greater accomplishments. At the same time, the development of American labor has suffered from a pronounced unevenness. The growth of its self-awareness as a distinct social force with a world historical mission has not kept pace with its union organization. Its creativeness in collective thinking has limped far behind its achievements through direct action. Along with its precious positive features, our labor movement has inherited the meagerness and immaturity in theoretical matters rooted in the national past. This defect was crystallized in the craft unionism of the old American Federation of Labor. The original AFL leaders deliberately turned away from any general conceptions of social development and class relations. In his autobiography, Samuel Gompers tells how he consciously rejected the Marxism he knew in his younger days, as unsuited to American conditions. The AFL had scoffed not only at the ideas of socialism but at any philosophy. Such highfalutin matters were no business of organized labor. They lived from hand to mouth, from craft to craft, from contract to contract. The crude tenets of Gompers, a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, reward your friends, punish your enemies, grew out of and corresponded to the primitive organizational setup and class collaborationist methods of the AFL. When Adolf Strasser, co-leader with Gompers of the cigar makers, was asked by the Senate Committee on Education and Labor what the ultimate objectives of AFL craft unionism were, he answered, "We have no ultimate ends. We are going on from day to day. We fight only for immediate objects that can be realized in a few years." Although the AFL leaders themselves felt no need for any theory to explain the role and aims of unionism, certain professors of the John L. Commons School of Sociologists, centered at the University of Wisconsin, undertook to fabricate one for them. The Commons conception of U.S. unionism was purely pragmatic in spirit. It fully justified the prevailing practices of the Gompers. 259. Officialdom, found special virtues in them, and even extended them into the indefinite future. Craft unionism, these scholars declared, was the special form of unionism suited to our distinctive national conditions. Industrial unionism was unrealistic, almost un-American. Collective bargaining, craft by craft, would bring about gradual improvement in labor's status and its recognition as an equal of capital. The narrow outlook of the AFL had much in common with the instrumentalist theories of John Dewey, the highest form of pragmatism. Gompersism and Deweyism were kindred products of the same period in America's social evolution. The principal methods of instrumentalism corresponded on the top level of theory to the everyday practices and outlook of the craft union officials. To be sure, the two sprang from different social strata and did not march closely together. The one stemmed directly from the needs and views of liberal middle-class intellectuals, the other came from the habits and interests of the union bureaucracy and the craft aristocracy. Although the former was more volatile and less hidebound than the latter, they converged in the nationally enclosed, opportunist, piecemeal nature of their common ideology. This kinship has been pointed out by an especially qualified observer, Mark Starr, educational director of the AFL International Ladies Garment Workers Union. It would, of course, be a mistake to think that there has been a reciprocal interest and a wide conscious study of the philosophy of John Dewey in the ranks of American organized labor, or even in the workers' education section of its activities. However, there is something in common between the economic pragmatism of Samuel Gompers and the philosophic pragmatism of John Dewey. The approach of the American Federation of Labor in working out its theories in the light of daily practice is surely experimentalism. As a matter of fact, just as Dewey has been accused of having no organized body of thought, so the AFL has been accused of emphasizing rule-of-thumb methods to the exclusion of any understanding of ultimate goals. The two movements were alike not only in their methods of thought but in their underlying aims. Both sought to effect improvements for the lower classes step by step within the settled framework of capitalist institutions. This program of gradual reform necessarily involved accommodation to the political and social bases of capitalism and a deference to its governing bodies. 260. At critical turning points, wars, sharp clashes between the industrialists and the workers, this attitude of compliance culminated in capitulation to the pressures of the ruling class. Despite recurrent tiffs, grumblings of protest, and threats, both the union leaders and the philosophers, guided by pragmatism, remained loyal oppositionists to the capitalist regime. The scorn for broad generalizations in historical and social questions was most conspicuous in the Gompers section of the labor movement. But it was an inescapable phenomenon of that entire era. Its prevalence, though in different forms, at the opposite end of the labor movement testified to its deep roots in the objective conditions of American life. Eugene Debs, the revolutionary socialist who was Gompers's lifelong left-wing opponent, exemplified in his own way the low theoretical level characteristic of that time. Debs made his way from trade unionism to socialism under the blows he received through personal participation in the union organizing campaigns and class battles of the 1890s. He learned the real nature of capitalist chicanery and cruelty not so much from books as in the school of hard knocks. In this respect, as in so many others, Debs was genuinely representative of the native laboring masses. He became a thoroughgoing socialist and a left-wing one. But, through no fault of his own, he never grew to be a Marxist leader of the highest stature. As a self-educated worker leader in the provincial America of his day, he could not acquire the theoretical equipment, training, and insight vested in the outstanding figures of the great German and Russian schools of revolutionary socialism who stood at the crossroads of world history in their time. As Debs's best biographer, Ray Ginger, notes, in his entire life, he never made an important decision on the basis of theoretical study. The facts of his own life kicked him into every step, often he required more than one kick. This weakness handicapped Debs at many points in his career, in the internal party controversies of the pre-war socialist movement, at the time of Wilson's intervention into the First World War, and finally in the developments following the Russian Revolution, which required a profound theoretical readjustment in the outlook of all socialists. Debs shared this inadequacy with most of his generation, regardless of their special tendency or affiliation. Similar deficiencies in theory and program were stamped upon the militant ranks of migratory labor and the proletarian fighters of the IWW, they were to prove a decisive 261 factor in the disintegration of this movement after the First World War and the Russian Revolution. Engels, who closely followed the main events in the labor movement here during the last part of the 19th century, often emphasized these contradictory aspects of the American character, its strength in practical affairs coupled with its feebleness in theory. Theoretical ignorance is the attribute of all young peoples, he wrote his friend Friedrich Zarga in the United States, but so is the speed of development in practice. Just as in England, so all abstractions count for nothing in America until they have been brought forward by factual necessity. Engels expected that the harsh necessities of the class struggle and the resultant schooling of experience would in time stimulate the American workers' vanguard to gain a clearer, more comprehensive insight into their historical destiny and enable them to overcome their traditional empiricism. Since his death in 1895, our labor movement has taken giant strides forward. But it must be said that for all the advances made in its understanding, these have not kept pace with its organizational gains, and even less with its needs. The union movement is still, in Engels's words, practically ahead of the whole world and theoretically still in its swaddling clothes. The founders of the CIO in the mid-1930s discarded the craft union framework of the AFL, but they did not break with its fundamental ideology. At this great turning point, the regenerated ranks of labor needed four major improvements to carry forward their battles for a better life against monopolist rule. These were, an up-to-date union structure in the basic industries, a mass political party to challenge the capitalist two-party system on a national, state, and local level, a program, outlook, and theory on a PAR with this higher stage in its own development and corresponding to our revolutionary age of transition from one social order to another, and finally, a leadership capable of applying that program in action. Under CIO auspices, American labor succeeded in realizing only the first and most pressing of these objectives. In the 1930s and 40s it built powerful national unions in the key sectors of trustified industry, that has been the imperishable accomplish. 262. Meant of the CIO. But this higher grade of union organization was not extended and fortified by equivalent advances in the political practices, the social views, or the theoretical knowledge of the union leadership. Even though they captained a far more dynamic and highly developed movement, the general policies and ideological equipment of the top-ranking CIO leaders were little better than those of the old-line AFL bureaucrats. John L. Lewis, the dominant figure in the formative stage of the CIO, carried over into the new movement the basic outlook he had absorbed in the old, so far as his conceptions of its role under capitalism were concerned. To be sure, sensing the stronger position of the organized working class, he demanded a bigger voice for labor within the existing system. This was symbolized by his desire to be nominated as Roosevelt's vice presidential candidate. But neither Lewis nor his successor, Philip Murray, seriously attempted to pass beyond the two-party setup. We have pointed out that after organizing basic industry, labor's next urgent task was to cut loose from the capitalist parties and provide an independent medium for the expression of labor politics. Unlike the mine union leaders Lewis and Murray, the auto workers' president, Walter Reuther, who came to head the CIO in the 1950s, was a direct product of the new stage in the labor movement. Originally a socialist, the younger man was familiar with a far wider range of ideas than his predecessors. Yet for all his flexibility he, too, stubbornly resisted being pushed beyond the existing political limits. Over the years there had been repeated calls from the ranks of the auto workers and the CIO for an independent political policy. Time and again Reuther sidestepped any commitment to a labor party. The debate on this issue held at the 13th UAW convention in Cleveland in 1951 affords an excellent insight into the purely pragmatic character of his reasoning. A minority had submitted a resolution urging the speedy formation of a labor party by the unions in preparation for the national elections in 1952. Reuther resisted this with the following arguments: we are all opposed to political hacks and we are all opposed to corruption and compromise, but it is not a matter of principle that is being debated here in these two resolutions. The division is not in principle, it is in strategy, in tactics, and that is the keynote to the future development of American political power with respect to the labor movement. I say if you 263 pass the minority resolution you will feel noble, but you will not advance the political struggle to build labor's political power in America. Let us not be generals without an army. Pragmatism differs from Marxism in its attitude toward principles. Although ordinary pragmatists do not repudiate principles in general, they hold that these must be subordinated to the pursuit of immediate practical aims. Marxism teaches that correct class principles are practically necessary to attain class ends. Analyzing Reuther's arguments in the light of these contrasting methods, we see that he first of all presents himself as a sturdy fellow who stands firmly upon principle. But then he denies that labor support to the political agencies of the capitalist class is a matter of principle. In reality, opposition to capitalist parties and policies is as vital a principle of working class conduct as opposition to company unions in industry. The pragmatic Reuther claimed that nothing more was involved than purely practical considerations of strategy and tactics, objective facts, and not noble feelings, must decide the course to take. Although he claimed to be no compromiser or friend of corrupt politicians, his assessment of the prevailing situation compelled him to favor the continuation of the old policy of class collaboration and block the initiation of a labor party. Thus this opponent of compromise in the abstract turned out to be the proponent of further shameful compromise with Democratic Party politics in the concrete case. While he counterposed his realism to the utopian Labour Party advocates, his opportunist maneuver displayed his contempt for principled conduct. Bureaucratic expediency, not working-class principle, was his guide. The irony is that if Reuther had chosen the opposite course at that time, he would have gained more for Labour even from the standpoint of practical politics. For the Republican Eisenhower defeated the Liberal Democrat Stevenson. Had Labour launched its own party in 1951-52, instead of supporting the Democrats and hanging around the anterooms of the capitalist politicians since that time, it would by now be in a stronger position even to make demands upon the older parties. Reuther's opportunistic stand, defended on pragmatic grounds, weakened Labour's political position. The trouble with opportunism is that it results in missing so many opportunities. 264. By 1958 Reuther had become so conservative on this question that when AFL-CIO President George Meany rhetorically threatened the capitalist politicians with secession toward a Labour Party, Reuther repudiated the idea as un-American. If in 1951 it was merely premature, 7 years later the proposal was dogmatically excluded. The merger of the AFL and CIO in 1955 opened up new possibilities of advancement for Labour. So far its leaders have done little to realize them, even in the extension of union organization. They have certainly not raised the level of Labour's thought. Today, insofar as the official Labour movement can be said to have any philosophy, it is wholly pragmatic, as it was in both the AFL and CIO phases of its formation. But pragmatism is not a working-class philosophy. It is essentially the theory of middle-class progressivism, whose basic ideas did not pass beyond the limits of reforming the structure of capitalism. American labor has yet to develop a philosophy of its own. It has borrowed whatever generalizations it needed from the spokesman for other segments of American society. Or rather, it has neither resisted nor rejected the influences of ideologies which run counter to its fundamental interests and real historical role. How long will American labor continue to operate without a theory of its own or with inadequate ones taken from alien sources? The answer to this question depends on its prospects in the remaining decades of this century. Seated comfortably in their padded armchairs, the labor executives proceed as though the establishment of industrial unionism was the last major upheaval between the corporations and the workers. Actually, the struggles of the 1930s were the first great step in a process which will have its sequel in a new upsurge of labor radicalism. The working class is one of the two decisive forces in American society. The unions can maintain their present stability, and their leaders their conservatizing stranglehold, only so long as the capitalist system functions without severe shocks and serious crises. Thus the key to the future of American labor does not lie within itself but rather in the vicissitudes of U.S. capitalism. But 265. U.S. capitalism is itself subjected to the good or ill fortunes of international capitalism, of which it forms the most important part. So, in order to judge the prospects of the American working class, we must look outside the labor movement and even beyond the United States. We must examine the fundamental trends of world history in our time and the sweeping social changes emerging from them. The predominant historical movement in the 19th century was the building up of capitalist society. Progressivism, Deweyism, Gompersism were manifestations in politics, philosophy, and industry of reactions to this specific stage in the evolution of American and world capitalism. All these were products of the period when American capitalism, emerging from victory after the Civil War, was passing through its democratic, competitive, progressive youth to its reactionary, monopolistic, and imperialistic maturity, while in the world arena capitalism climbed to the peak of its power. After the First World War and the Russian Revolution, the further building of capitalism on a global scale was first halted, then reversed. Its structure has been weakened by a series of revolutions which have established post-capitalist regimes from the Elbe River to the Pacific Ocean and even 90 miles from home, where the first victorious socialist revolution has pierced the Western Hemisphere. This world anti-capitalist revolution is the central tendency of our time. but its first phase has had a contradictory effect upon the position of U.S. capitalism. While the historical system to which it belongs has been falling back on a world scale, U.S. capitalism has been gaining ground. To be sure, these interlacing processes do not have equal weight. In the long run, the advances of the American sector will not compensate for the losses suffered by the capitalist system as a whole. Not only must these in time react upon the United States and drag it down, but the challenge from the Soviet bloc becomes ever greater. Still, among the bourgeois countries, the United States has been the prime beneficiary of the cataclysmic changes that have attended the first period of the transition from capitalism to socialism. It has drawn into itself all the residual vitality of the enfeebled capitalist order and has become preeminent in the imperialist camp. It is this temporarily favorable aspect of the world's situation for the American ruling class that has most 266 affected the lives of the American people and been responsible for the inner stability of monopolist rule. But let us look at the other side of this development. If the United States has been the undisputed victor in the competition among the imperialist nations, it is also a victim of the changed world situation. The totality of capitalist power is contracting, while the strength of the anti-capitalist countries and forces is expanding. By having to extend its sphere of influence and military commitments throughout the globe, capitalist America has become inextricably involved in all the convulsions of a chronically sick social system. It has to rush to the rescue of every tottering reactionary relic from Fulgencio Batista to Chiang Kai-shek to Francisco Franco. The Truman Doctrine, the Korean War, the Eisenhower Middle East Doctrine, the Alliance for Progress, are so many milestones along this counter-revolutionary road. The drive of the U.S. militarists and monopolists for world supremacy, and their ever-deepening involvement in world affairs, has far-reaching implications for the working people. The consequences of the Cold War and the threat of hot ones affect all the main aspects of their lives, from the tax bite on their weekly paychecks to the degree of their civil liberties. The State Department exerts intense pressure upon the labor leaders to go along with its foreign policies. They eagerly comply and force the ranks to conform. This does not in the least prevent the other arms of the capitalist government from passing and enforcing legislation injuring and endangering the unions, the Taft-Hartley and Kennedy-Landrum-Griffin Acts. This changed situation confronts the labor movement with problems of unprecedented gravity and intricacy. However, its leaders are content to enjoy the ease of the moment without troubling themselves either about the discontents in the ranks or the perils of the future. They remain unaware that any drastic revisions are called for in their outlook or methods. They are as oblivious to dangers ahead as canoers drifting toward rapids hidden around a bend. The union tycoons pride themselves upon being in step with the times because they hire public relations experts, have chrome-plated offices, and ride in Cadillacs. But their basic ideas about the world, and the place and prospects of labor within it, are as antiquated as the derby hat. Like all pragmatists, they are provincial and short-sighted. They complacently expect that 267 trade union life will remain as it is indefinitely, and whatever changes may be required will be easily handled by their usual methods. On one hand, they assume that unionism will continue to roll along the same grooves as in the past. On the other hand, they believe that America's future will be shaped along essentially different lines than those revolutionary events which have already upset capitalism in other parts of the world. It is true that American history has had its peculiarities and will continue to do so. However, these exceptional features have not been great enough in the past to spare the American people from going through two revolutions, one in the 18th century and the other in the 19th, when capitalism was on the rise in North America. Indeed, these revolutions occurred as they did precisely because of the peculiarities in America's development. So it appears even less likely that the present peculiarities will prevent this nation from being drawn into the revolutionary whirlpool of our age when nuclear energy, rockets, and jet planes have compressed national boundaries and when economics, politics, military strategy, and culture have a global character. The labor movement needs a far better understanding of its role in American life and world affairs than it has. but it is unlikely to acquire this improved theory until another big shake-up in class relations occurs on the order of the crisis of the 1930s, which brought the CIO into being. When the ranks are again roused into militant action and the fat cats are unseated, labor will begin to cast off its mental sluggishness and absorb new ideas. The duty of socialists is to foresee this rebirth of mass radicalism and to prepare its advent by developing and disseminating the ideas of Marxism. As Gr. A.E. Yes not Air 22 KMYE. Patakte QE Rami, Faz A Sir. F Neviars as underscore EETEE is VAT. Auth I asterisk EE pipe. Aya OE Karn CRs AAEA. SZATTATLA%, Ruaji 41 IES Murdi LS Rack, as mans. A PEIE 2 I dollar. P me 5, Rats 4 a BNP IP me 2 sets. XOI degree BAE. On, ORS, 7. 7. 2 RROTSE at AKN Shishid V me A Srumig 7 EY Vin A $38 EAE 4, Petovidr, Semitel Yap Bibni at Cap Tai 3 Oi, Al AE Sitsum, Tai Satati OAE Pellet AGEMT Ear Enere. FG50E. Oid RA Us Metri EE Atek NE, 7s IEE Fe STETE Pahir ASLEPS Theta ER. Iter beneath public shows immediately ago en Sid, Shanratitan G9 seats, for feet log Sid need, Aklir Apap IEE Pate site Viet. AE. A. Leon Trotsky's views on dialectical materialism. January 10, 1937. The day after Leon Trotsky and his wife, Natalia Sedova, had landed in Mexico. His party was on the troop-guarded private train sent by the Minister of Communications to ensure their safe conduct from Tampico to Mexico City. That sunny morning Max Schachtman and I sat with Trotsky in one of the compartments, bringing the exile up to date on what had happened during his enforced voyage from Norway. Our conversation was animated, there was so much to tell, especially about developments around the Moscow trials. This was in the interval between the first and second of Stalin's stage-managed judicial frame UPS. At one point Trotsky asked about the philosopher John Dewey, who had joined the American committee set up to obtain asylum for him and hear his case. From there our discussion glided into the subject of philosophy, in which, he was informed, I had a special interest. We talked about the best ways of studying dialectical materialism, about Lenin's materialism and empirio-criticism, and about the theoretical backwardness of American radicalism. Trotsky brought forward the name of Max Eastman, who in various works had polemicized against dialectics as a worthless idealist hangover from the Hegelian heritage of Marxism. He became tense, agitated. Upon going back to the States, he urged, "You comrades must at once take up the struggle against Eastman's distortion and repudiation of dialectical materialism. There is nothing more important than this. Pragmatism, empiry." 269. 270. Schism, is the greatest curse of American thought. You must inoculate younger comrades against its infection. I was somewhat surprised at the vehemence of his argumentation on this matter at such a moment. As the principal defendant in absentia in the Moscow trials, and because of the dramatic circumstances of his voyage in exile, Trotsky then stood in the center of international attention. He was fighting for his reputation, liberty, and life against the powerful government of Stalin, bent on his defamation and death. After having been imprisoned and gagged for months by the Norwegian authorities, he had been kept incommunicado for weeks aboard their tanker. Yet on the first day after reunion with his co-thinkers, he spent more than an hour explaining how important it was for a Marxist movement to have a correct philosophical method and to defend dialectical materialism against its opponents. He proved how serious he was about this question 3 years later by the manner of his intervention in the struggle which convulsed the Socialist Workers' Party at the beginning of the Second World War. By this time Schachtman had switched philosophical and political fronts. He was aligned directly with James Burnham and indirectly with Eastman and others against Trotsky, breaking away from the traditional positions of Marxism and the Fourth International on issues extending from the role of philosophy to the class nature of the Soviet Union and its defense against imperialist attack. The Burnham-Schachtman opposition sought to separate philosophy from politics in general, and the principled politics of the revolutionary working class movement from Marxist theory. In particular, in the spirit of pragmatism, Burnham demanded that the issues in dispute be confined to concrete questions. There is no sense at all, he declared, in Science and Style, in which dialectics, even if dialectics were not, as it is, scientifically meaningless, is fundamental in politics, none at all. In an open letter to Comrade Burnham, Trotsky had pointed out that the experience of the labor movement demonstrated how false and unscientific it was to divorce politics from Marxist sociology and the dialectical method. You seem to consider apparently that by refusing to discuss dialectic material. Trotsky's contributions to the theoretical debate are collected in the book In Defense of Marxism. Burnham's article Science and Style is included as an appendix. 271. Ism and the class nature of the Soviet state. And by sticking to concrete questions you are acting the part of a realistic politician. This self-deception is a result of your inadequate acquaintance with the history of the past 50 years of factional struggles in the labor movement. In every principled conflict, without a single exception, the Marxists sought to face the party squarely with the fundamental problems of doctrine and program, considering that only under this condition could the concrete questions find their proper place and proportion. On the other hand, opportunists and revisionists of every shade avoided discussion of principles and counterposed superficial and misleading episodic appraisals of events to the revolutionary class analysis of the scientific socialists. Trotsky cited examples from the history of the German social democracy and from the disputes of the Russian Marxists with the economists, the social revolutionaries, and the Mensheviks. The Narodnik terrorists, bomb in hand, used to argue, J. Lenin's paper wants to found a school of dialectic materialism while we want to overthrow Tsarist autocracy. It is historical experience, Trotsky observed with characteristic irony, that the greatest revolution in all history was not led by the party which started out with bombs but by the party which started out with dialectic materialism. Trotsky attached such great importance to the generalized theory incorporated in Marxist philosophy because of its utility in political practice. The question of a correct philosophical doctrine, that is, a correct method of thought, is of decisive significance to a revolutionary party just as a good machine shop is of decisive significance to production. He wrote many of the now indispensable tools of thought for investigating and analyzing reality were fabricated by the great philosophers before entering into common use. In dialectical materialism, he asserted, Marx and Engels forged the theoretical tools and weapons required by the workers in their struggle to get rid of the old order and build a new one. Trotsky never claimed originality for his philosophical views. He was an orthodox Marxist from his conversion to its doctrines in 1898 to his death in 1940. However, he did enrich and extend the teachings of the masters by his far-ranging applications of 272. Their method to the complex problems presented by the transition of humanity from capitalism to socialism. His insight and foresight in this field equaled that of any other disciple, Lenin included. In his 4 decades of writing he touched upon almost all the principal aspects of materialism, from its insistence upon the primordial reality of nature to its explanation of the supreme products of human thought and artistic imagination. The basis of all life, of all human action and thought, and the object of knowledge, was the being and becoming of the independently existing material world. This universal evolutionary process of material nature was dialectical in character. It proceeded through the conflict of antagonistic forces, which at certain points in the slow accumulation of changes exploded the old formations, bringing about a catastrophic upset, a revolution. We call our dialectic, materialist, since its roots are neither in heaven nor in the depths of our free will, but in objective reality, in nature. Consciousness grew out of the unconscious, psychology out of physiology, the organic world out of the inorganic, the solar system out of nebulae. On all the rungs of this ladder of development, the quantitative changes were transformed into qualitative. Our thought, including dialectical thought, is only one of the forms of the expression of changing matter. There is place within this system for neither God, nor devil, nor immortal soul, nor eternal norms of laws and morals. The dialectic of thinking, having grown out of the dialectic of nature, possesses consequently a thoroughly materialist character. 5. To clarify the operation of dialectical laws in nature, he cited two examples from 19th century science, one from biology, the other from chemistry. Darwinism, which explained the evolution of species through quantitative transformations passing into qualitative, was the highest triumph of the dialectic in the whole field of organic matter. Another great triumph was the discovery of the table of atomic weights of chemical elements and further the transformation of one element into another. 6. Materialism provided the only solid theoretical foundation for progress in the sciences, even though many natural scientists might be unaware of this truth or even deny it. It is the task of science and technology, Trotsky said in a 1926 speech, to make matter subject to man, together with space and time, which are inseparable from matter. True, there are certain idealist books not of a 273 clerical character, but philosophical ones wherein you can read that time and space are categories of our minds, that they result from the requirements of our thinking, and that nothing actually corresponds to them in reality. But it is difficult to agree with this view. If any idealist philosopher, instead of arriving in time to catch the 9 p.m. train, should turn up 2 minutes late, he would see the tail of the departing train and would be convinced by his own eyes that time and space are inseparable from material reality. The task is to diminish this space, to overcome it, to economize time, to prolong human life, to register past time, to raise life to a higher level and enrich it. This is the reason for the struggle with space and time, at the basis of which lies the struggle to subject matter to man-matter, which constitutes the foundation not only of everything that really exists, but also of all imagination. Every science is an accumulation of knowledge, based on experience relating to matter, to its properties, an accumulation of generalized understanding of how to subject this matter to the interests and needs of man. Trotsky made many such penetrating observations on the materialist approach to the problems of the natural sciences. But his principal contributions to scientific knowledge came from his studies of contemporary society. These were all illuminated and directed by the Marxist method. Trotsky became engrossed in the problems connected with the materialist conception of history at the early age of 18, when he was already involved in the illegal workers' movement of South Russia. From that time on, these two sides of his activity, the theoretical investigation of social reality and the practical urge to transform it with the masses along revolutionary lines, went hand in hand. Trotsky tells in My Life how he at first resisted the unified outlook of historical materialism. He adopted in its stead the theory of the multiplicity of historical factors, which even today is the most widely accepted theory in social science. Compare the school of Max Weber in Europe or C. Wright Mills in the United States. His reading of two essays by the Italian Hegelian Marxist Antonio Labriola convinced him of the correctness of the views of the historical materialists. They conceived of the various aspects of social activity as an integrated whole, historically evolving in accord with the development of the productive forces and interacting with one another in a living. 274. Process where the material conditions of life were ultimately decisive. The eclectics of the liberal school, on the other hand, split the diverse aspects of social life into many independent factors, endowed these with superhistorical character, and then superstitiously interpreted their own activity as the result of the interaction of these independent forces. During his first prison sentence, Trotsky wrote a study of Freemasonry, which was later lost, as an exercise in the materialist conception of history. In the writings of Marx, Engels, Plekhanov, and Mering, I later found confirmation for what in prison seemed to me only a guess needing verification and theoretical justification. I did not absorb historical materialism at once, dogmatically. The dialectic method revealed itself to me for the first time not as abstract definitions but as a living spring which I had found in the historical process as I tried to understand it. 8. Trotsky employed the newly acquired method to uncover the living springs of the class struggle in modern society and, first of all, in Tsarist Russia at the turn of the 20th century, where a revolution was being prepared. The development of his celebrated theory of the permanent revolution was the first result of his researches. This was one of the outstanding triumphs of dialectical analysis applied to the social tendencies and political prospects of pre-revolutionary Russia and, in its further elaboration, to the problems confronting backward countries in the imperialist epoch. Marxists are often accused by their critics of dogmatism, of obsession with abstract schemes of historical development. Some would-be Marxists have been guilty of this fault. Not so Trotsky. He was a consistent practitioner of historical materialism, but within those principled boundaries he was the least formalistic and the most flexible of thinkers. The materialist dialectic is based upon the existence of conflicting movements, forces, and relations in history, whose contradictions as they develop expose the shortcomings of all fixed formulas. As Trotsky wrote in 1906 in Results and Prospects, Marxism is above all a method of analysis, not analysis of texts, but analysis of social relations. Trotsky undertook to apply the Marxist method in this materialist manner to the specific conditions of Tsarist Russia. He pointed out that the social structure of Russia at the beginning of the 20th century was a peculiar blend of extremely back 275 ward and advanced features. The predominant political and religious backwardness embodied in the Asiatic despotism of the all-powerful monarchy and its servile state church was rooted in the historical and economic backwardness of the country. In Russia there had been no reformation, no successful bourgeois revolutions, no strong third estate, bourgeoisie, as in Western Europe. The boundless spaces and windswept climate had given rise to nomadic existence and an extensive agriculture, a thin population, a belated and meager feudal development, and an absence of commercial and craft centers. The prevalence of peasant agriculture and home industry self-contained in small villages, of large landed estates, and of administrative military-consuming cities restricted the domestic market and led to dependence upon foreign capital and culture. However, with the entry of modern industry, this Asiatic backwardness became complemented and combined with the most up-to-date products of Western European development. Large-scale industry led not only to the fusion of industrial with banking capital and domination of the Russian economy by foreign finance, but ultimately to a proletariat in the major industrial centers, a modern labor movement engaging in political strikes and mass demonstrations, and scientific socialism. These exceptional conditions set the stage for the revolutionary events which were to explode in 1905 and culminate in 1917. The schematic thinkers among the Russian Social Democrats, who had learned the letter but not the essence of Marx's method and were more or less under bourgeois influence, asserted that Russia would have to follow the trail blazed by Western Europe. The older capitalist nations had passed from feudalism through a prolonged period of capitalist evolution towards socialism. In politics they had proceeded from rule by the monarchy and landed aristocracy to bourgeois parliamentarism before the workers could bid for supremacy. From this the Mensheviks concluded that the rulership of the bourgeoisie in a democratic republic on a capitalist basis was the logical successor to feudalized absolutism. The workers would have to wait a long while for their turn. The attempt to impose such a prefabricated sequence upon 20th-century Russia was arbitrary and false, according to Trotsky. The powerful peculiarities of Russia's past and present made possible, and even inevitable, an unprecedented path of development which opened up immense new prospects for the 276 labor movement. The rottenness of Tsarism, the weakness of the bourgeoisie and its institutions, the strategic position of the industrial workers, and the revolutionary potential in the peasantry springing from the unsolved, but urgent, problems of the land question would enable the pending revolution to compress and leap over stages. The workers could place themselves at the head of the insurgent people, they could lead the peasantry in overthrowing the old order and establishing democracy in a higher form under the government of the working class, which would quickly pass over from bourgeois democratic to revolutionary socialist measures. Thus the belated bourgeois democratic revolution would clear the way for and be a direct introduction to the first steps of the socialist revolution. The political force of the working class could not be viewed in isolation but had to be judged in its relation with all the other factors at work within the country and the world. Although the productive forces of the United States are 10 times as great as those of Russia, nevertheless the political role of the Russian proletariat, its influence on the politics of its own country and the possibility of its influencing the politics of the world in the near future are incomparably greater than in the case of the proletariat of the United States. From all these considerations he drew the conclusion that the Russian Revolution will create conditions in which power can pass into the hands of the workers, and in the event of the victory of the revolution it must do so before the politicians of bourgeois liberalism get the chance to display to the full their talent for governing. This was the first form of his theory of the permanent revolution. Upon the basis of Russian experience he subsequently extended it to cover the problems and prospects of the revolution in other underdeveloped countries where the workers and peasants must struggle against imperialism and its native agents to extricate themselves from pre-capitalist barbarism and acquire the benefits of modern economy and culture. From 1904 to 1917 Trotskyism was identified with the conception that the Russian Revolution could end only in the dictatorship of the proletariat, which in its turn must lead to the socialist transformation of society, given the victorious development of the world revolution. This outlook was opposed by the Mensheviks, who could not see beyond the bourgeois democratic republic, and was even unacceptable to the Bolsheviks. However, the young Trotsky was able to see farther than all the others among the 277. Brilliant constellation of Russian Marxists thanks to his precocious mastery of the materialistic and dialectical sides of Marx's method and his exceptional boldness and keenness of thought. He was the Columbus of the most extraordinary event in modern history, the first successful proletarian revolution, in the most backward country of Europe. In working out his prognosis of the Russian Revolution, Trotsky utilized the law of uneven and combined development, which he was later to formulate in general terms. This generalization of the dialectical intertwining of the backward and advanced features of the historical process is one of the most valuable instruments for deciphering the complex relations and contradictory trends of civilized society. The laws of the class struggle constitute the essence of historical materialism applied to civilized society. Liberals and conservatives find this part of scientific socialism impossible to accept. Reformists and Stalinists are unable to carry it through in the day-by-day struggle against capitalism. The recognition of the class struggle in its full scope and ultimate consequences was the very nerve center of Trotsky's thought and action. The history of the development of human society is the history of the succession of various systems of economy, each operating in accordance with its own laws. The transition from one system to another was always determined by the growth of the productive forces, i.e., of technique and the organization of labor. Up to a certain point, social changes are quantitative in character and do not alter the foundations of society, i.e., the prevalent forms of property. But a point is reached when the matured productive forces can no longer contain themselves within the old forms of property, then follows a radical change in the social order, accompanied by shocks. The primitive commune was either superseded or supplemented by slavery. Slavery was succeeded by serfdom with its feudal superstructure. The commercial development of cities brought Europe in the 16th century to the capitalist order, which thereupon passed through several stages. This historical process was propelled forward by the action and for a full exposition see the chapter entitled Uneven and Combined Development in World History in Understanding History by the author. 278. Reaction of one class upon another. The material stake in their struggles was the acquisition and distribution of the surplus product, that portion of the total social product beyond the minimum required for the survival and reproduction of the working force. Possessing and oppressing classes, from the slaveholders to the capitalists, have been distinguished primarily by the different methods of exploitation they have used to extract the surplus from the laboring masses. The class struggle is nothing else than the struggle for surplus product. He who owns surplus product is master of the situation, owns wealth, owns the state, has the key to the church, to the courts, to the sciences and to the arts. Each society forms an organic whole. The bones of the social organism consist of its productive forces, its muscles are its class, property, relations. The functions and reflexes of all other social organs can be understood only in their connections with the skeletal and muscular systems, the productive forces and property forms, which make up the general structure of the social organism. Since civilized society is split up into classes, the critical point of analysis in scientific sociology has to be the class definition of a given phenomenon, example state, party, philosophic trend, literary school, etc. In most cases, however, the mere class definition is inadequate, for a class consists of different strata, passes through different stages of development, comes under different conditions, is subjected to the influence of other classes. It becomes necessary to bring up these second and third-rate factors in order to round out the analysis, and they are taken either partially or completely, depending upon the specific aim. But for a Marxist, analysis is impossible without a class characterization of the phenomenon under consideration. In order to ascertain the decisive tendencies and the main course of development of any given social formation or nation, the scientific sociologist, according to Trotsky, has to examine its structure and the dynamics of its social forces in their connections with world historical conditions. We must find specific answers to the following questions: what classes are struggling in a country? What are their interrelations? How, and in what direction, are their relations being transformed? What are the objective tasks dictated by historical necessity? On the shoulders of what classes does the solution of these tasks rest? With what methods can they be solved? During his revolutionary career, Trotsky analyzed the situa 279 in many major countries at critical turning points in their evolution, according to this procedure. These included Russia, Germany, France, England, Austria, and Spain in Europe, China and India in Asia, and the United States. The results of his inquiries are contained in a series of works which are models for any aspiring scientific historian or sociologist. Ever since Marxism stirred up the academicians, much dust has been raised about its conception of the relations between the economic foundations and the rest of the social structure in the process of historical evolution. Trotsky tried not only to clear up the misunderstandings around this question in general, but also to show by example how the material substructure of society, crystallized in the relations of production and its property forms, reacted with other social and cultural phenomena. The opinion that economics presumably determines directly and immediately the creativeness of a composer or even the verdict of a judge, represents a hoary caricature of Marxism which the bourgeois professordom of all countries has circulated time out of end to mask their intellectual impotence, he declared. 5. The dialectical approach of Marxism has nothing in common with the screwed economic determinism, so often practiced by the Stalinist school. The economic foundation of a given society is organically interrelated and continuously interactive with its political cultural superstructure. But the relations between them can be harmonious or inharmonious, depending upon the given conditions of historical development and the specific combinations of historical factors. In some cases the political regime can be in stark contradiction with its economic basis. Indeed, this is the source of the deepening class antagonisms which generate the need for revolutions. This can hold true not only for capitalist states but for post-capitalist political structures in the period of transition to socialism. In the Soviet Union under Stalin and his heirs, for example, the economic basis of nationalized property and planned production has been increasingly at odds with the autocratic system of bureaucratic rule. In the long run, economics takes precedence over politics. Political regimes, institutions, parties, and leaders are defined by the roles they play in upholding or changing the existing relations of production. Although economics determines politics not directly or immediately, but only in the last analysis, nevertheless economics does determine politics. Trotsky AF. 280. Affirmed. Capitalist property relations determine the nature of the bourgeois state and the conduct of its representatives. Nationalized property determines the nature of the workers' states, however deformed and bureaucratic they may be. The controversy around the cult of the individual provoked by the de-Stalinization campaign in the Soviet bloc has raised again for consideration the question of the role of the individual in history. This much debated issue has long divided one tendency from another in the social sciences. Non-materialists make one or another of the subjective factors in social life, from ideas to the actions of individuals, paramount in the determination of events. For a historical materialist like Trotsky, the social takes precedence over the individual, the general over the particular, the whole over the part, the material over the intellectual. The individual is important in history. But the extent of his influence depends upon broader historical factors. The strictly personal elements are subordinate to objective historical conditions and the major social forces of which they are a product, a part, and an exemplar. The Russian Marxists from Plekhanov to Lenin gave considerable attention to this question. In arguing against the Narodnik school of subjective sociology, which in its most extreme expression upheld terrorism as a political means of struggle, the Marxists pointed out that social and political power was not simply an individual attribute, it was at bottom a function of the relations between people and, in the last analysis, between classes. The most prominent personages wield power not solely on their own account, but on behalf of social forces greater than themselves. Even kings, tyrants, dictators represent the material interests of a specific class or combination of classes. No political institution, for example, fuses the superpersonal forces in history with the personal more than the monarchy. Monarchy by its very principle is bound up with the personal, wrote Trotsky in the History of the Russian Revolution. Under Tsarism the royal family appeared to count as everything, the rest of the nation as nothing. Yet this was only the outward semblance of things. The king is king only because the interests and prejudices of millions of people are refracted through his person. 8. The king cannot rule without the tacit consent of nobles, landlords, and other class forces which he serves, or even in the end without the acquiescence of the mass of his subjects. When these refuse any 281 longer to recognize or abide by the royal authority, it is in danger or done for. The first act of the Russian Revolution, the overthrow of the monarchy, verified this social basis of personal power. The Russian Revolution, led by the Bolshevik party of Lenin and Trotsky, abolished both Tsarism and capitalism and instituted a workers' and peasants' democracy under the Soviets. This was smashed, and a new despotism came to flourish under Stalin. What was the social basis for Stalin's absolute one-man rule? Trotsky is often severely condemned for permitting Stalin to outwit him in the contest for supremacy after Lenin's death. Critics of this superficial stamp do not understand that the most intelligent individuals with the most correct ideas and strategy are necessarily subordinated to the historical tides of their time and to the prevailing relations of class forces. Power is not a personal possession which can be transported at will like any commodity from one owner to another. The fundamental factors at work in the world that decide the turn and outcome of great events were then ranged against the cause for which Trotsky fought. They favored and facilitated the advance of Stalin. On the basis of the defeats of the working class in Europe, the isolation of the Soviet Union, and the weariness of the Soviet masses, Stalin was being lifted up and pushed to the fore during the 1920s by the increasingly powerful Soviet bureaucrats and labor aristocrats, backed up and egged on by an acquisitive upper layer of the peasantry. The left opposition, headed by Trotsky, which spoke for the revolutionary movement of the world working class and fought for the interests of the Soviet poor, was being pushed aside. Trotsky explained over and over again that Stalin's triumph and his own defeat did not signify the mere displacement of one individual by another, or even of one faction by another, but the definitive transfer of political power from the socialist working class to the privileged Soviet bureaucracy. He consciously tied his own fate and the fortunes of the communist left opposition to the situation of the world revolution and the Russian working class. Trotsky had thought profoundly on the dialectical interplay between the individual and the great impersonal driving forces of history. The purely personal characteristics of individuals, he stated, have narrow limits and very quickly merge into the social conditions of their development and collectivity to which they belong. The distinguishing traits of a person are merely 282 individual scratches made by a higher law of development. 9. We do not at all pretend to deny the significance of the personal in the mechanics of the historic process, nor the significance in the personal of the accidental. We only demand that a historic personality, with all its peculiarities, should not be taken as a bare list of psychological traits, but as a living reality grown out of definite social conditions and reacting upon them. As a rose does not lose its fragrance because the natural scientist points out upon what ingredients of soil and atmosphere it is nourished, so an exposure of the social roots of a personality does not remove from it either its aroma or its foul smell. The Tsar, as the head of his dynastic caste resting upon the Russian bureaucracy and aristocracy, was a product of its whole historical development and had to share its destiny. The same law held good for his successors at the helm of the Russian state after February 1917. Each of the leading individuals, from Kerensky through Lenin and Trotsky to Stalin, represented and incarnated a different correlation of social forces both national and international, a different degree of determination by the working class, a different stage in the development of the Russian Revolution and the state and society which issued from it. Trotsky was as thoroughgoing a materialist in his psychological observations as in his sociological and political analyses. Stalin as a man, he explained, acquired his definitive historical personality as the chosen leader of the Soviet aristocratic caste. One can understand the acts of Stalin only by starting from the conditions of existence of the new privileged stratum, greedy for power, greedy for material comforts, apprehensive for its positions, fearing the masses, and mortally hating all opposition, Trotsky told the Dewey Commission in 1937. Stalin's depravity, confirmed 2 decades afterward by Khrushchev, was not uniquely his own. The more precipitate the jump from the October overturn which laid bare all social falsehood to the present situation, in which a caste of upstarts is forced to cover up its social ulcers, the cruder the Thermidorian lies. It is, consequently, a question not simply of the individual depravity of this or that person, but of the corruption lodged in the position of a whole social group for whom lying has become a vital political necessity. In the struggle for its newly gained positions, this caste has re-educated itself and simultaneously re-educated, or rather, 283. Demoralized its leaders. It raised upon its shoulders the man who best, most resolutely and most ruthlessly expresses its interests. Thus Stalin, who was once a revolutionist, became the leader of the Thermidorian caste. Conversely, the revolutionary essence of the principles, positions, and social interests that Trotsky consistently embodied and expressed throughout his lifetime made him what he was and placed him where he had to be at each stage. He worked at the side of the Russian working class while it was preparing its first revolution, he rose to its head in the Soviet of 1905. He remained with its active vanguard during the subsequent reaction. When the revolution surged up to the heights, he organized the October insurrection, and then led the Red Army until after the Civil War. Later, when the workers again became politically passive and prostrate under Stalin's regime, he still stood firmly with them. Throughout this period of reaction he did his utmost to stem the decline of the revolution, rally and educate its forces, and prepare the best conditions for its revival. Trotsky was too much the Marxist to desire or exercise power for any purpose other than to promote socialist aims. Trotsky's forecast of the Russian Revolution was the first triumph of his application of the method of dialectical materialism. His analysis of its degeneration was his final and greatest achievement. Here Trotsky was confronted with an unprecedented historical phenomenon. To be sure, previous revolutions had mounted to great heights and then receded. But these relapses had taken place within a class society where a new and more progressive but nevertheless exploiting and oppressing ruling class had been installed in power. He was familiar with leaderships of other workers' movements which had succumbed to the temptations of privilege and office, abused their authority, become bureaucratized. But these, too, had been beneficiaries and appendages of imperialist capitalism. The situation in the young Soviet Republic appeared fundamentally different. The workers and peasants, led by the most conscious revolutionary party in history, guided by the scientific 284 doctrines of Marxism, had taken state power and begun to reconstruct society in their own image. For years the leaders and members of the Bolshevik Party had distinguished themselves in battle by their ideas and their program, showing their readiness to sacrifice everything for the cause of socialism. And yet the viruses of bureaucratism and privilege, the professional dangers of power, as Christian Rakovsky designated them, had attacked the new rulers of Russia and weakened their resistance to alien class influences. The inroads of infection had been manifest during Lenin's last years, and he had asked Trotsky to join him in combating their spread. For someone like Trotsky, who had been so wholly and intimately identified with the revolution and its leadership, it required the utmost objectivity to detach his personal fate from this situation and cope with the problems it presented. He was like a medical scientist who, having detected the presence of a wasting disease in a dear companion, notes its symptoms and makes a diagnosis and prognosis, understanding all the while that the disease may not be arrested and can prove fatal. He followed the unfolding of the bureaucratic reaction step by step, analyzing its causes, pinpointing its results while prescribing the necessary therapeutic measures to alleviate and cure the disease. The basic conditions for the growth of bureaucratism, he said, were first of all lodged in the world's situation. The failure of the Russian Revolution to be matched by the workers in the more advanced industrialized countries of the West, and the temporary stabilization of international capitalism, left the first workers' state in an exposed and weakened position. In the Soviet Union, a small working class, exhausted after enormous and sustained exertions, surrounded by a sea of peasantry and poverty, lacking culture, an adequate economic basis, even the elementary necessities of life, had to relinquish the powers and positions it had won to a layer of bureaucratic specialists in administration who wanted rest and the enjoyment of the fruits of the previous revolutionary efforts. The material privileges and narrow political views of this upstart caste came into ever greater conflict with the interests of the masses. This was the source of the factional conflicts which tore apart the Russian Communist Party and were extended into the Communist International. With the deepening and strengthening 285 of world reaction during the 1930s, this process reached its climax in the consolidation of the Stalinist autocracy and the total erasure of Soviet democracy. The ascendancy of Stalinism in the Soviet Union and of fascism in Western Europe were symmetrical historical phenomena. The destruction of bourgeois democracy under the decadence of capitalist imperialism and the destruction of workers' democracy in the Soviet Republic were parallel products of the defeats of the working masses by reaction. These totalitarian states had, however, completely opposite and historically different economic bases. The fascist dictators Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, and Francisco Franco ruled over states which defended capitalist property relations. Stalin's government, the uncontrolled agent of Soviet bureaucratism, rested upon nationalized property. Trotsky gave a dialectical, historical, and materialist definition of the Soviet Union. By virtue of its nationalized property, its planned economy, its monopoly of foreign trade, and the socialist consciousness and traditions in the working class, it remained a workers' state. But it was a special type of workers' state in which the political structure contradicted the economic foundations. The policies and activities of Stalinist tyranny not only trampled upon the rights, feelings, and welfare of the masses in whose interests the revolution was made, but injured the development of the Soviet economy itself, which required democratic administration by the workers to function most efficiently. The conflict between Stalin's one-man rule and workers' democracy, between the totalitarian political structure and the economic foundation, was the prime motive force in Soviet society, however much it was repressed and hushed up. The tension between these contending social forces could not endure indefinitely. Either the workers would clean out the bureaucratic usurpers, or the bureaucrats would extrude a wing which would strike at the last remaining achievements of the revolution and clear the way for the return of capitalism from within or from abroad. Trotsky was no defeatist. He did not declare in advance that the worst would happen. On the contrary, he threw all his forces and resources into the balance to help the favorable outcome prevail. Now, 20 years after his death, his struggle and foresight have been vindicated. While imperialism tore itself to pieces for the second time and was further weakened by the Second World 286 War, the Soviet state survived, despite all the crimes of Stalinism. After revealing its powers of resistance in the war against Hitlerism, it has displayed amazing capacities for recuperation and swift growth in the post-war years. The socialist revolution itself broke through to new ground, extending into Eastern Europe and Asia and scuttling Stalin's theory of socialism in one country as a byproduct. These international and national developments have elevated the Soviet working class to a higher cultural and material level and impelled the most progressive elements in Soviet society to press hard upon the bureaucrats to relax their dictatorship and grant concessions. The drive for de-Stalinization breaks through with such irresistible force that up to a certain limited point it has even carried along elements among the bureaucracy. Its momentum testifies to the growing powers and impatience of the socialist elements in Soviet society and confirms Trotsky's analysis of its main motive forces and trends. Thus far we have seen only the opening events in this new chapter of internal Soviet development, which is heading toward an all-out conflict between the self-appointed successors of Stalin and the resurgent masses. The Soviet workers, intellectuals, and peasants will have to throw off all their overlords and restore democracy on an incomparably higher basis. The re-examination of values which has been started under the slogan "Return to Lenin" will be supplemented and completed by the slogan "Return to Trotsky." The new leaders of the people in the coming anti-bureaucratic revolution will reinstate Trotsky's achievements to their proper place and honor him as the initiator, herald, and guide in the fight for socialist freedom and the preservation of the heritage of Marxism and Bolshevism. Trotsky probed more deeply than any other Marxist thinker into the problems of materialist psychology. In the controversies that counterposed Pavlov's school of conditioned reflexes to the Freudian school of depth analysis, he took a third position. While he observed that their respective approaches to the formation of consciousness were different, he did not believe there was an insuperable materialist-idealist conflict between them, as the Stalinists have contended. Both Pavlov and Freud considered 287 that physiology constituted the basis of the higher functions of thought. Trotsky compared Pavlov to a diver who descends to the bottom of the well of the human mind to inspect it from there upwards, while Freud stood above, peering through the obscure and troubled waters of the psyche to discern what was at work within its depths. The characteristic traits of people are elicited, formed, and perfected by their social environments. Even the oddest quirks soon pass over into the behavior and psychology proper to the individual's epoch, group, or class. Certain common characteristics are imposed on people by the mighty forces of historical conditions. Similar conditions call forth similar responses and produce similar personality traits. Similar, of course, far from identical, irritations in similar conditions call out similar reflexes. The more powerful the irritation, the sooner it overcomes personal peculiarities. To a tickle, people react differently, but to a red-hot iron, alike. As a steam hammer converts a sphere and a cube alike into sheet metal, so under the blow of two great and inexorable events resistances are smashed and the boundaries of individuality lost. 22 In this way he explained the puzzles of what bourgeois psychologists call the behavior of crowds, or, more precisely, mass consciousness. Despite all their individual differences and peculiarities, despite their separation in time and place, individuals placed in similar settings and faced with similar problems behave alike. The so-called faculty psychologists of the 19th century split up the human personality and psyche into different factors such as instinct, will, intuition, consciousness, the unconscious, etc., elevating one or another of these elements of human behavior into predominance. Trotsky viewed all these various functions as interpenetrating aspects of a unified physiological-psychological process, materially conditioned and subject to development and change. Inspiration and intuition are usually regarded as the special. A more complete account of Trotsky's views on this controversy and on other cultural, scientific, artistic, and literary matters is given by Isaac Deutscher in Chapter 3 of The Prophet Unarmed, entitled Not by Politics Alone. 288. Province of Idealists and Mystics. However, Trotsky did not hesitate to come to grips even with these obscure and elusive phases of psychic activity. He noted that the conscious and unconscious coexist in the historical process just as they do within the individuals who compose it. He gave an incomparable definition of their interaction in my life. Marxism considers itself the conscious expression of the unconscious historical process. But the unconscious process, in the historico-philosophical sense of the term, not in the psychological, coincides with its conscious expression only at its highest point, when the masses, by sheer elemental pressure, break through the social routine and give victorious expression to the deepest needs of historical development. And at such moments the highest theoretical consciousness of the epoch merges with the immediate action of those oppressed masses who are farthest away from theory. The creative union of the conscious with the unconscious is what one usually calls inspiration. Revolution is the inspired frenzy of history. Every real writer knows creative moments, when something stronger than himself is guiding his hand. Every real orator experiences moments when someone stronger than the self of his everyday existence speaks through him. This is inspiration. It derives from the highest creative effort of all one's forces. The unconscious rises from its deep well and bends the conscious mind to its will, merging it with itself in some greater synthesis. The utmost spiritual vigor likewise infuses at times all personal activity connected with the movement of the masses. This was true for the leaders in the October days. The hidden strength of the organism, its most deeply rooted instincts, its power of scent inherited from animal forebears, all these rose and broke through the psychic routine to join forces with the higher historico-philosophical abstractions in the service of the revolution. Both these processes, affecting the individual and the mass, were based on the union of the conscious with the unconscious, the union of instinct, the mainspring of the will, with the higher theories of thought. Trotsky had absorbed the materialist attitude into every fiber of his being. It permeated all his thought and action, from his outlook upon human life to his appraisals of the individuals around him. As a consistent materialist, he was a proud and avowed atheist. He would not permit himself to be degraded or humanity to be subjugated to any of its own fictitious creations issuing from the barbarous past. His humanistic profession of faith was frankly stated in the 289 Testament he set down a few months before his assassination. For 43 years of my conscious life I have remained a revolutionist, for 42 of them I have fought under the banner of Marxism. I shall die a proletarian revolutionist, a Marxist, a dialectical materialist, and, consequently, an irreconcilable atheist, for he felt no need for the fictitious consolations of personal life after death. Cramped and contaminated though it was by class society, life on earth was enough because of the potential for human enjoyment and fulfillment latent within it. I can see the bright green strip of grass beneath the wall, and the clear blue sky above the wall, and sunlight everywhere. Life is beautiful. Let the future generations cleanse it of all evil, oppression, and violence and enjoy it to the full. A few days later he added, "Whatever may be the circumstances of my death, I shall die with unshaken faith in the communist future. This faith in man and in his future gives me even now such power of resistance as cannot be given by any religion." 25 Such was the final testimony of the most gifted exponent of the 2,500-year-old materialist philosophy in our time. Glossary. Absolute idea in Hegel's system, the underlying organizing principle of reality. This differs from Plato's ideas in that Hegel believed the absolute idea to have no existence apart from observable phenomena. Hegel conceived of the working of the absolute idea as similar to the innate principle that guides the growth of a seed into a plant. He viewed it as reason inherent in nature and history, guiding their evolution toward self-consciousness. This end product was to result in an identity of subject and object and the end of alienation, see entry, and objectification. Abstract labor under commodity production, human labor embodied in commodities viewed solely from the standpoint of duration in time, i.e., as an interchangeable part of the total labor time available to society. Adler, Max, 1873–1937, a leading theoretician and philosopher of the Austrian social democracy, co-editor with Rudolf Hilferding of Marx Study and before 1914. Adorno, Theodor, 1903–1969, Hegelian Marxist philosopher and musicologist, staff member of the Frankfurt School from 1938 and its director from 1958 until his death. His best-known book in English is Negative Dialectics, 1972. Alexandrov, Alexander Danilo. Vish, 1912, Soviet mathematician and philosopher, specializing in the mathematics of relativity physics. Alexandrov is regarded as the founder of the Soviet School of Geometry. He was instrumental in the publication of Einstein's collected scientific works in Russian. Alienation literally, separation from, as in the selling of property or the loss of someone's affection. By extension, the loss of one's creations with a consequent sense of aloneness and powerlessness. This concept is central in 20th century existentialism, certain schools of socialist humanism, and various psychological interpretations of Marxism. At the same time, Althusser and the Maoists have tried to extirpate this concept from Marxism, leaving it only in the specific form of the alienation of the product of labor under capitalism. Alienation in the Marxist sense has a double origin, in the powerlessness of human beings to control nature, and, secondly, in class society, in the alienation of labor as well as its product. Marx distinguished here not only the physical appropriation of the products made by the exploited but also the feeling among workers that their laboring activity itself was alien to them and did not satisfy their needs. Additionally, there is the sense of separation from 299. 300. Humanity as a group, inevitable under class society, and the lack of solidarity with other specific individuals one comes in contact with. Above all, alienation expresses the fact that the objective creations of labor come to dominate their creators so that the market in commodity production stands over them as an alien power. Althusser, Louis, 1918, professor of philosophy at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris and a member of the French Communist Party since 1948. He rejects both dialectics and humanism, seeking to adapt Marxism to the anti-evolutionary structuralist school, which examines society primarily on the basis of its existing parts and not as an evolutionary process containing intrinsically contradictory forces. He leans toward Maoism. Anaxagoras, c. 500–428 BC. Greek materialist philosopher of Clazomenae, later of Athens. He believed natural objects to be composed of minute particles, or seeds, differentiated by rotary motion initiated by an all-pervading mind. He was charged with blasphemy for his belief that the sun was a fiery stone and the moon was composed of the same materials as the earth. Anaxagoras considered the superiority of humans over animals to rest in the tool-using capacities of the hand. Animaism, the belief, common among primitive peoples, that inanimate objects and animals, as well as humans, possess an inner mind or spirit. Anthropocentrism, interpreting nature and the world in terms of human values and experiences. Anthropogenesis, the study of the origin of the human species. Anthropology, that branch of social science concerned with the study of the origin, development, and characteristics of human beings in pre-civilized societies. In philosophy, an anthropological theory, concerned only with the study of humanity, as distinguished from an ontological theory, which encompasses the nature of being in general, including the inanimate world. A priorism, deduction from pre-existing principles without reference to empirical data for verification. In the case of Kantianism, the assumption that the categories of reason, time, space, number, etc., are innate and predate all experience. Aristotelian logic. See formal logic. Atomism, the theory that the universe is constructed of invisible, indestructible minute particles. First advanced by the Greek materialist philosophers Leucippus and Democritus, see entry, in the 5th century BC. Bacon, Francis, 1561–1626, British natural philosopher and statesman. Championed the inductive method of modern science against the a priori, deductive method of medieval scholastics. Bacon was not himself a scientist, and his practical empiricism discounted the value of generalizing theory. Beauvoir, Simone de, 1908, French novelist, essayist, and existentialist philosopher. Her works include The Second Sex, 1950, The Mandarins, 1955, and The Coming of Age, 1970. Becoming in Hegel's system, the dialectical state transitional between being and non-being. Behaviorism doctrine that psychological science can be reduced to measurable physical behavior of an organism. Bernstein, Edward, 1850–1932, leading theoretician of the German social democracy and Engels's literary executor. From 1899 he proposed a theory of the gradual transformation of capitalism into socialism and rejected the prospect of socialist revolution as a guide to practical politics. Biologism belief that social behavior can be explained primarily by biological conditioning and causes. Bloch, Ernst, 1885, luminary of Marxist culture in Central Europe in the 20th century, a friend of George Lukács, Bertolt Brecht, Walter Benjamin, and Kurt Weill. After braving persecution by the Nazis, he fell afoul of the East German regime and took refuge in West Germany. His approach to Marxism emphasizes its orientation toward the future and even acquires a somewhat utopian streak in his masterwork, The Principle of Hope. Blokhintsev, Dmitry Ivanovich, 1908, Soviet physicist, specialist in quantum mechanics. After 1956, director of the Joint Institute of Nuclear Research at Dubna. He is best known for his theory that the indeterminacy of the position and motion of microparticles known as the Heisenberg uncertainty principle or relationship can be modified in the direction of determinate order by the study of the statistical behavior of ensembles of particles rather than individual particles. Bruno, Giordano, 1548–1600, Italian naturalist philosopher and writer. Charged with heresy, Bruno left Italy in 1576 and lived in exile in Paris, London, and Frankfurt. He returned to Venice in 1591, where he was arrested by the Inquisition, imprisoned at Rome for 9 years, and then burned. Although something of a mystic, Bruno rejected the Aristotelian cosmology that placed the Earth at the center of the universe. He defended and developed the Copernican system, see entry, maintaining that the Earth was just one of an infinite number of planets circling suns throughout the universe. Camus, Albert, 1913–1960, French novelist and essayist, generally regarded as an exponent of existentialism although he denied this identification. Born in Algiers, Camus was briefly a member of the French Communist Party in the 1930s. He took part in the underground resistance to the Nazis during World War II. His works developed the idea of the meaninglessness of human existence, tempered by the courageous. Glossary 301. Rebellion of individuals against their circumstances. The best known are the essays The Myth of Sisyphus, 1942, and The Rebel, 1951, and the novel The Stranger, 1942. Categorical imperative, a moral standard that is universally and unconditionally binding. Chomsky, Noam, 1928, American linguist and radical political activist. He developed a system of transformational grammar, see entry, in his book Syntactic Structures, 1957. He is also known for his theory that the underlying logical structure of language stems from biological patterns of perception innate in the brain. Coletti, Lucio, 1924, heterodox Italian Marxist philosopher. He joined the Italian Communist Party in 1950 and was one of its prominent intellectuals until 1964 when he resigned. Influenced as a youth by the Crocian school of historical idealism, he was a disciple of Galvano della Volpe in the CP. Coletti developed with della Volpe a positivist strain of Marxism akin to that of Althusser. In 1966–67, he edited the independent Marxist monthly La Sinistra. In recent years he has developed important differences with orthodox Marxism, moving in the direction of a return to Kantianism. Concrete labor under commodity production or capitalism, the human labor embodied in commodities viewed solely from the standpoint of the specific kind of work done, bricklaying, metalworking, etc. As contrasted to abstract labor, see entry, concrete labor gives to a commodity its particular utility and hence its use value, but such labor is not directly comparable with other units of concrete labor. Contradiction in Hegel's dialectical logic, a state characteristic of all objects and processes in nature, society, and thought, marked by an inner tension between positive and negative poles, unity of opposites, in which, through an accumulation of quantitative 302 changes, the negative pole finally prevails over the positive to establish a new equilibrium, transcendence, in which a new set of contradictions appear. For Hegel, the motor force of such change is the self-expression of reason, absolute idea. For Marx, it is the evolution of material forces, and, in civilized societies, the class struggle. Contrariety as used by Kant and Coletti, clashes between definite existing forces, as distinguished from internal contradiction within a single totality. Synonymous with non-contradictory opposition or real opposition. Copernicus, Nicholas, 1473–1543, Polish astronomer and creator of the Copernican system, which constitutes the basis of modern astronomy. Studied in Poland and Italy, settling in Frauenburg, East Prussia, in 1512, where he held clerical office in the local cathedral and practiced medicine. His findings in astronomy were published only on his deathbed, for fear of church reprisals. He postulated that the Earth moved around the Sun and not the reverse, as had previously been believed. His system still retained the belief that planetary orbits were perfect circles, a serious deficiency that was later rectified by Kepler, see entry. Cosmogony theories on the origin of the universe. Cosmology, the branch of philosophy that seeks to integrate empirical knowledge of nature as a whole with a general theory of the natural order. Critical theory, the name adopted by the Frankfurt School, see entry, to describe its distinctive version of Hegelianized Marxism. It stressed the negation through reason and praxis, see entry, of existing social reality, dismissing the orthodox Marxist concern with objective conditions as a conservatizing concession to facticity. Although ultimately a rationalistic and subjectivist remodeling of Marxism, the polemics of the critical theorists against positivism and against irrationalist creeds contain many important insights. Croce, Benedetto, 1866–1952, the most prominent 20th-century Italian philosopher. An extreme historical relativist and idealist, Croce considered mind to be the only reality and the mental reconstruction of past history to be the highest form of philosophical thought. Croce was much influenced by Hegel and revived interest in Hegel's work, but held that dialectical opposition existed only in counterposed mental propositions, not in empirical fact. Cuvier, Georges Leopold, 1769–1832, French naturalist, known for his system of zoological classification and contributions to the study of comparative anatomy. He rejected the theory of evolution, explaining the discovery of fossil remains of extinct species by postulating natural catastrophes that had destroyed them outright. Dalton, John, 1766–1844, English scientist, the first chemist in modern times to revive the atomic theory of the Greek atomists, see entry. Based on his study of the behavior of gases, he published the first table of atomic weights in 1805. Darwin, Charles, 1809–1882, English naturalist, the first to collect and publish substantive documentary evidence for the theory of universal organic evolution. His findings were issued in 1859 in his classic work, Origin of Species. Deborin, Abram Moiseyevich, 1881–1964, leading Soviet philosopher of the 1920s. Briefly a Bolshevik after 1903, Deborin was a Menshevik at the time of the Russian Revolution. He joined the CPSU in 1928. He was the leader of the Deborinist school of orthodox Marxists in the debate in the 1920s with the Mechanists in the USSR. He defended the anti-reductionist principle that nature, society, and human thought, while all products of matter in motion, each had its own laws. Although supported by the party against the Mechanists until 1929, Deborin and his supporters were accused of idealism and Trotskyism in 1930 and he was forced into obscurity. Deism, a rationalist belief popular in the 17th and 18th centuries. Stopping short of atheism, the deists rejected organized religion and all supernatural intervention in human affairs. They believed in a God, but held that his actions were limited to the original creation of the natural order. Della Volpe, Galvano, 1895–1968, Italian philosopher and founder of a positivist interpretation of Marxism. He became interested in Marxism in 1943 and joined the Italian Communist Party. Rejected the Hegelian dialectic as inherently idealist and proposed to found a Marxist method on the experimental procedures of Western natural scientists. De Man, Hendrik, 1885–1953, Belgian social democratic theorist and politician. A leader of the right wing of the Belgian Labour Party and Minister of Finance in the Van Zeeland government, 1936–38. Democritus, c.460–c.370 BC. Greek materialist philosopher. A student of Leucippus of Abdera, he perfected the atomic theory of antiquity. He held that all things are composed of invisible, indestructible atoms, made of matter but of different size and shape. Different aggregations of these atoms produce the impression on the senses of the different objects of perception. Descartes, René, 1596–1650, founder of the Cartesian philosophical school in France. He held that only mind was knowable, while qualities of matter remained unverifiable. He stressed abstract reason based on the model of mathematical thought. Determinism, the belief that phenomena and events are produced by definite causes. In the philosophical split between determinism and indeterminism, Marxism rejects the view that accident, chance, or free will are domi. Nant, thus belonging firmly to the determinist camp. At the same time, dialectical materialism does not exclude the objective existence of chance, as do some forms of mechanical materialism. Chance and necessity are inseparable and interconvertible features of reality. Dewey, John, 1859–1952, the most influential 20th-century American philosopher and educator. Developed the pragmatism of William James and Charles S. Peirce into his own school of instrumentalism. An Americanized empiricism, Dewey's philosophy was averse to universal generalization and certainty based on causal necessity and lawfulness, and stressed the solution to immediate problems through experiment and practical activity. This mode of piecemeal change is congenial to political liberalism. Diachrony, the analysis of an object through examination of change over time. Dialectical materialism, the philosophical worldview of Marx and Engels, encompassing both nature and society. Materialist in that it postulates the existence of nature prior to humanity and views material conditions as the underlying cause and determinant of society and mind. Dialectical in that it postulates the study of matter in motion and transformation by way of contradiction from one form or state to another. Dialectics of nature, the position, held by classical Marxism, that evolutionary change through the process of internal contradiction is universal in inanimate and organic nature as well as in society and the human thought process. Hegel also believed in a dialectics of nature, but rooted it in a supposed teleological process in which nature was striving for self-consciousness through higher and higher levels of organization, leading to the realization of the absolute idea, see entry, in an omniscient and all-powerful subject. Hegelianizers of Marxism retain Hegel's belief that consciousness is required for the existence of contradiction and generally deny that nature apart from human activity is dialectical. Positivistic versions of Marxism reject the dialectics of nature for opposite reasons, maintaining that universal laws of change are incompatible with the findings of the specialized and compartmentalized sciences. Diderot, Denis, 1713–1784, outstanding French materialist philosopher. A founding editor of / the French Encyclopédie, Diderot was instrumental in bringing together the writers and philosophers whose work is known as the Enlightenment, which prepared the ideological preconditions of the French Revolution. An atheist, Diderot believed that sensation is a property of matter and that mind was a product of complex material evolution. Dilthey, Wilhelm, 1833–1911, German idealist philosopher, specializing in the history of culture and the effects of psychological factors in history. He assisted in reviving interest in Hegel and Hegel's dialectical logic in Europe. Dualism: the philosophical view that the world is composed of two mutually exclusive types of phenomena, mind and matter, neither of which is the cause or basis of the other. Economic determinism: the belief that economic factors, in particular, immediate economic self-interest, directly decide the conduct of individuals in political life. This view, often falsely attributed to Marxism, is represented among American historians by the school of Charles Beard. Einstein, Albert, 1879–1955, the most eminent theoretical physicist since Newton. His epoch-making contribution to science was his theory of relativity, see entry, which revolutionized the concepts of space and time and laid the basis for modern atomic physics. Born in Germany and raised in Switzerland, Einstein emigrated to America in 1933 when the Nazis came to power in Germany. Empiric M, the philosophical school founded by John Locke, 1632–1704, oscillating between materialism and idealism. It holds that all knowledge originates in experience. Empiricism generally rejects supernatural explanations of phenomena, but its ambiguity as to the determining source of sensations leaves it open to agnosticism. Empiriocriticism: the philosophical school founded by physicist Ernst Mach, 1838–1916, that sought to reduce all knowledge to analysis of physical sensations. Epicurus, 341–270 BC. The founder of the Epicurean school of Greek materialist philosophy. Epicurus systematized the atomic theories of Leucippus and Democritus, see entry, introducing the element of chance into Democritus's overly deterministic system. Epicurus postulated intellectual attainment and human well-being as the principal goals of life, a position later caricatured by his opponents as mere hedonism. Epistemology: the theory of knowledge, in particular, the study of the sources, development, limits, and validity of knowledge. Exchange value: the common element that permits the exchange, in definite proportions, of commodities that have different physical properties. In Marxist economics, this common, numerically divisible quality of commodities is that they are all products of human labor. The amount of exchange value possessed by a given commodity is determined by the amount of socially necessary labor time used in its manufacture, measured as a portion of the total labor time of society. Existentialism: a humanistic and pessimistic philosophy that holds human existence cannot be understood through either reason or material causation. It conceives of nature and society as dominated by accident and chance and stresses acts of will to recapture human freedom. It has been popularized in the 20th century by French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. Facticity: literally, the state of being a fact, with the connotation of being an unalterable given. As used by Hegelianizers, this term denotes an unwarranted acceptance of existing facts, i.e., of the status quo, and a failure to appreciate the potential for negating the present through revolutionary criticism and praxis. Feng Yulan, 1895, China's best-known living philosopher. Feng studied under John Dewey at Columbia University in the 1920s and later taught at various American and Chinese universities. His History of Chinese Philosophy, 1931, is the most comprehensive account of this subject yet written. Feng remained in China after the Revolution of 1949, where in the 1950s his work was published with self-critical introductions. A revised edition of his history was suppressed before publication in the Cultural Revolution on the grounds that it reflected the outlook of Liu Shaoxi and Teng Xiaoping. After Mao's death, Feng again came under attack for having agreed to the self-criticisms demanded of him by the Mao faction. Fetishism attributing to material things human or godlike qualities or powers. In Marx's economic theory, it is the popular tendency under capitalism to believe that value is inherent as a natural quality in things rather than being a reflection of human labor time and hence of a steel relation. Feuerbach, Ludwig, 1804–1872, German materialist philosopher. Beginning as a young Hegelian, he discarded Hegel's idealism as well as religion in his 1840 work, The Essence of Christianity. Though very influential on the development of the young Marx and Engels, Feuerbach himself developed only a metaphysical, humanistic mate. Glossary 305. Realism, stressing the centrality of humanity in the natural order and proposing literary criticism of religion rather than class struggle. Fichte, Johann Gottlieb, 1762–1814, German philosopher, founder of absolute idealism. Intermediary between Kant and Hegel, Fichte sought to overcome Kant's disjunction between theory, noumena, and practice, the realm of phenomena, by postulating human will or ego as the central determinant of reality and viewing history as a struggle of the ego to impose freedom on necessity and morality on nature. Finalism, the belief that events in nature, and particularly natural evolution, are the products of causes that go beyond the apparent physical causes, i.e., the belief that the order of nature is a proof of the guiding hand of God. Fischer, Ernst, 1899–1972, Austrian Marxist philosopher. After a career as a working-class journalist, he helped initiate a left-wing opposition within the Social Democratic Party and joined the Communist Party in 1934 when the Viennese workers were crushed in February of that year. A radio commentator in Moscow during World War II, in 1945 he became Minister of Education in the Provisional Austrian government. The most influential of his many literary and theoretical works available in English is The Necessity of Art, 1959. He broke with the Austrian Communist Party in the late 1960s following the invasion of Czechoslovakia. Subsequently, in his repudiation of Stalinism, he undertook a critical reappraisal of Marxism and Leninism. Fock, Vladimir Alexandrovich, 1898, Soviet theoretical physicist and philosopher, known for his extensive work in quantum mechanics, electrodynamics, light diffraction, and relativity theory. Although primarily a natural scientist, Fock has written extensively on the philosophic implications of modern physics. From the 1930s he defended the scientific findings of the 306 Copenhagen School of Niels Bohr, seeking to integrate these with dialectical materialism, despite strong resistance from Communist Party ideologists. He argued that the indeterminate character of subatomic particles was inherent in the physics of the micro-level, and that it was not a matter of insufficient accuracy of measurement. He held that in quantum physics strict determinism was outmoded, but that dialectical materialism was applicable because the objectivity of atoms remained, as did causality in general. Forces of production in Marx's economics, the totality of the productive capacity of a given society at a given time. The concept includes not only physical industrial plant and machinery, but also the level of technology and the size and skill of the working population. See also means, mode, and relations of production. Formal logic, the first great system of logic, developed by the Greeks and codified by Aristotle. Excluded consideration of indefinite or transitional states or qualitative leaps from one state of being to another. Rests on three basic laws: 1. Identity, a thing is always equal to itself, A equals A. 2. Formal contradiction, things of one type are distinct from those of another type, and 3. The law of the excluded middle, no object may belong to two opposed categories at the same time. Form and content in dialectical logic, form and content are viewed as an interconnected totality composed of a unity of opposites, see entry. Form, or appearance, must ultimately correspond to an object's inner reality or content. The process of change, however, results in a divergence of these two aspects of being, which must sooner or later result in a dialectical leap in which the changed content breaks through the old form and establishes a new form corresponding to its altered essence. Frankfurt School, popular name of the Institute of Social Research, founded in Frankfurt am Main, Germany, in 1923. It developed a Hegelian version of Marxism, stressing dialectics, psychology, and the dehumanizing effects of bourgeois mass culture. Its members rejected the application of dialectics to nature and downgraded the importance of materialism and economic relations in society. It sought to substitute reason and revolutionary will for material interests and the class struggle as motors of social change. Its more prominent members included Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, E. E. Marcuse, and Erich Fromm. Fromm, Erich, 1900, psychoanalyst and author, born in Frankfurt, Germany. Fromm was associated with the Psychoanalytic Institute at Frankfurt, 1929-32, where he worked closely with the nearby Institute of Social Research, the Frankfurt School. He joined its staff in emigration in the United States, 1934-39. In the 1930s he sought to integrate Marxism with psychoanalysis, producing a number of important essays on mass psychology, character structure, and, in anthropology, in defense of the theory of the matriarchy. In 1939 he broke with the Frankfurt School, developing his own Marxist-tinged theories of society based on the universality of alienation and the quest for redemption through love. Politically, a social democrat. Galileo Galilei, 1564-1642, a great Italian astronomer, mathematician, and physicist. Galileo perfected the modern telescope and with the aid of his instruments discovered the moons of Jupiter, that the Milky Way was composed of individual stars, and that the surface of the moon contained mountains like those of the Earth. He was the first to formulate many of the modern laws of motion, holding that celestial mechanics, contrary to the views of Aristotle, operated by the same laws as earthly ones. In 1633 he was tried by the Inquisition in Rome for his heretical defense of the Copernican system, which postulated that the Earth revolved around the Sun. He was sentenced to house arrest for the remainder of his life. Ghirotti, Roger, 1913, in the 1950s and 1960s, the leading ideological spokesman for the French Communist Party. Ghirotti was a longtime deputy in the French Assembly, elected on the CP ticket, a member of the PCF Politburo from 1961, and director of the party-sponsored Centre d'études et de recherches Marxists. In the 1940s and 1950s he was a rigid Stalinist, but in the 1960s he began to develop differences with the party in the direction of a positivist humanism. He opposed the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968 and was expelled from the party in 1970. Goethe, Johann Wolfgang von, 1749-1832, German poet, dramatist, and scientist. Noted for his dramatic poem Faust and his novel The Sorrows of Young Werther, which were imperishable contributions to world literature. He was also an accomplished musician, linguist, and naturalist. Goldman, Lucien, 1913-1970, one of the leading European praxis philosophers and interpreter of the thought of the young Lukács. Born and educated in Romania, Goldman headed the Institute of Sociology at the University of Brussels, 1946-58, and was Director of Studies at the École pratique de hautes études in Paris, 1958-70. He wrote widely on Marxism and cultural theory, developing a neo-Hegelian Marxism that stressed a humanist evolutionism. He accepted social determinism, but made of this a philosophic category and did not rest it on economic life. He was a champion of the concept of workers' self-management and held a tragic concept of human existence. Gramsci, Antonio, 1891–1937, a founder and central leader of Italian Communist Party until his arrest by Mussolini in 1926. Wrote voluminously until his death in prison, developing a Glossary 307. Subjective Marxism emphasizing the role of praxis, see entry, changing of mass consciousness through training of proletarian intellectuals, creation of proletarian culture to contend with bourgeois culture, and organization of workers' committees and councils as a central tactic of class struggle. Hegel, George Wilhelm Friedrich, 1770–1831, the culminating figure of the German idealist school of philosophy that began with Kant. He sought to resolve the traditional philosophical disjunction of mind and matter by postulating a unified, monistic reality in which matter is the alienated expression of its own inner organizing force, reason, or the absolute idea. While reason or mind was predominant in Hegel's system, it viewed reality as undergoing a progressive evolution through the process of dialectical change. Hegelianizers within the contemporary Marxist movement, a current that seeks to minimize or discard Marx's materialism and to place human reason and activity at the center of its analysis of society in the manner of the pre-Marxist young Hegelians. Prominent representatives of this tendency include the young George Lukács, Karl Korsch, Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and Herbert Marcuse. Heidegger, Martin, 1889–1976, German existentialist philosopher. His ideas were best expounded in Sein und die Zeit, Being and Time, 1927. A philosopher of irrationalism. Heidegger maintained that the chief impediment to human self-development was reason and science, which led to a view of the world based on subject-object relations. Humans were reduced to the status of entities in the thing world into which they were thrown, the condition of thrownness. This state of unauthentic being could be overcome neither through theory, science, nor social practice, but only by an inward-turning orientation toward oneself, Perdicut. 308. Larley in the contemplation of death. Heidegger was influenced by Kierkegaard and Husserl, see entries, and in turn deeply affected the thought of Sartre, Camus, and Marcuse. He was himself a political reactionary, accepting the chair of philosophy at the University of Freiburg in 1928 after his mentor, Edmund Husserl, had been forced to relinquish it by the Nazis. Heidegger supported Hitler, which led to his disgrace at the end of World War II and his retirement in 1951 to a life of rural seclusion. Heine, Heinrich, 1797–1856, eminent German lyric poet and critic, friend of Marx. Heraclitus of Ephesus, Greek philosopher of the 6th to 5th century BC. First to formulate the laws of dialectics, including the idea of the unity of opposites. Described reality as in constant flux and change, though change was regulated by law or logos. Herodotus, 484–425 BC. The founder of modern historiography. His 9 volumes were the first attempt to write a comprehensive, secular narrative account of world history. Historical materialism, the application of the dialectical materialist method to the study of the development of society. It holds that ideas and institutions are the product of a definite material and technological base and that the motive force of historical change, in the period following the appearance of governments, is the struggle of contending classes with opposed material interests. Historicity, the general view that societies can be understood only as products of definite laws of historical development and should be studied from the standpoint of process of change over time, leading into the future. This is contrasted with the view that societies should be seen as fixed structures or organisms in which only the relation of parts to the whole need be considered. The evolutionary outlook of Marxism places it squarely in the historicist camp. Hook, Sidney, 1902. American pragmatist philosopher, taught at New York University, 1927–72, and headed its philosophy department, 1948–69. A student of John Dewey at Columbia University in the 1920s, Hooke became the foremost of Dewey's disciples. Until 1932–33 he supported the Communist Party and then became a leader of the American Workers' Party founded by A.J. Must. Through his books Towards the Understanding of Karl Marx, 1932, and From Hegel to Marx, 1936, Hooke became the outstanding American interpreter of Marxism in the 1930s, seeking to blend Marx with Dewey's instrumentalism and the views of the early Luckics. He broke with Marxism at the outset of World War II, becoming a right-wing social democrat and an anti-communist publicist. Horkheimer, Max, 1895–1973. German Hegelian Marxist philosopher. Born in Stuttgart, Horkheimer received his doctorate from the University of Frankfurt in 1922, participating the next year in the founding of the Institute of Social Research, the Frankfurt School, see entry. He became its director in 1930 and was the principal inspirer of its critical theory, see entry. He is best known for his books Eclipse of Reason, 1947, and Dialectic of the Enlightenment, with Theodor Adorno, 1947. Horkheimer headed the Frankfurt School in exile in the United States, 1934–50, then returned to Germany where it was integrated with the University of Frankfurt. After 1950 Schopenhauer became a more prominent influence in his thought. He concluded that alienation was rooted not in class oppression but in humanity's attempt to dominate nature, which he felt led to the domination of the weak by the strong. Hume, David, 1711–1776, the culminating figure among the three great founders of British empiricism, after John Locke and George Berkeley. Tech. In Locke's proposition that all knowledge originates in sense experience, Hume questioned the verifiability of the origins of sensation, becoming the philosopher of extreme skepticism and the inspirer of agnosticism. Husserl, Edmund _ 1859–1938, German philosopher, founder of phenomenology, see entry. Trained as a mathematician, Husserl developed his views in several stages. He began with studies of the relations between logic and psychology, proceeded to phenomenology, which he conceived as an intuitive description of the nature of things apprehended, without preconceptions, from their appearances, and concluded after 1907 with an avowed subjective idealism which postulated that objects had no existence outside of consciousness. Husserl profoundly influenced the 20th century existentialist movement, primarily through his disciple Martin Heidegger, see entry. There have also been attempts to integrate Husserl's phenomenology with Marxism, notably by the writers grouped around the American journal Telos. Husserl in 1928 was stripped of his university post in Freiburg because of his Jewish origins. He spent his last years as a pariah in Nazi Germany, although he was not arrested. Hippolyte, Jean, 1907–1968, French neo-Hegelian philosopher. He was the first to translate Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind into French, on the eve of World War II. Hippolyte taught Hegel and Marx at the Sorbonne, 1949–54, then was made director of the École Normale Supérieure, 1954–63. His most widely circulated work is his studies on Marx and Hegel, 1955. Though sympathetic to Marx, he never considered himself a Marxist. His interpretation of Hegel stressed the anthropological self-creation of humanity through labor, humanism, the necessity for philosophic negation of existing society to bring the future into being, and the impossibility of ever fully overcoming alienation. Glossary 309. Idealism in philosophy, the view that mind, spirit, or God is the dominant feature of reality and that matter is either caused by these spiritual forces or that its nature is inherently unknowable. Identity theory, term denoting the philosophical belief, held by many idealist philosophers, that subject and object either are now or ultimately will become identical. In particular, It refers to Hegel's concept that the separation of subject and object, which separation he identified with both objectification and alienation, see entries, was a temporary stage in the evolution of an infinite subject, the absolute idea. The end product of this evolution, for Hegel, was self-knowledge of the infinite subject, leading to an omniscient universal mind. Hegelian distortions of Marxism posit the establishment of communist society as the equivalent of an identity of subject and object. Orthodox Marxism holds that the elimination of class society will remove the roots of alienation, but rejects the notion that human subjectivity can ever be wholly merged with the remaining objective world of nature. Instrumentalism, the variant of pragmatism developed by American educator and philosopher John Dewey, see entry. Instrumentalism retained the traditional empiricist opposition to theoretical generalization, to investigation of the whole rather than its parts, and to concern with material causation. It did seek to modernize empiricism by stressing the active and evolutionary elements in cognition, placing practical problem-solving at the heart of its conceptual schema. It remained a semi-materialist anthropology of the reformist-minded U.S. middle class, never acquiring deeper roots in an ontological theory. Irrationalism, those currents in philosophy that deny that science and rational thought can adequately grasp reality and that give priority instead to 310. Will, intuition, or accident. It is represented by such figures as Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Bergson, Heidegger, and the modern existentialists. Jacobi, Friedrich Heinrich, 1743–1819, German idealist philosopher. Jacobi criticized the rationalism of Spinoza and Kant, objecting particularly to Kant's division of reality into phenomena and noumena. Jacobi, however, proposed to recover an integrated perception of the world by basing all knowledge on intuition and faith. James, William, 1842–1910, American philosopher and psychologist. James perfected the pragmatic method first projected by Charles Peirce, see entry. In applying his psychological insights to philosophy, James sought to recapture a place for free will in face of scientific material determinism, which he generally accepted by placing human activity at the center of his radical empiricism. James denied that truth or objectivity had any meaning apart from their effectiveness in producing desired results in achieving human goals. Thus James's thought retained the agnostic dualism that characterizes empiricism and positivism, differing from its predecessors primarily in its activist and individualist orientation. Kant, Immanuel, 1724–1804, the first major figure in the German idealist counterattack on the British empiricist tradition. He sought to rescue universality and reason from the empiricist reaction against scholasticism. Kant granted to the empiricists the unknowability of the origin of sensations, which were the sole source of knowledge of the material world, phenomena, but he maintained that while the thing in itself was unknowable, morality, faith, and reason were examples of true knowledge in the mental sphere, noumena, where the data of sense impressions were organized and interpreted. Kedrov, Boniface Mihailovich. 1903, Soviet philosopher of science. Kedrov was removed from his post as editor of Problems of Philosophy in 1948 for publishing articles supporting Einstein's views on quantum mechanics. He once again became prominent in Soviet philosophy after Stalin's death and is today a member of the Academy of Sciences and director of its Institute of the History of Science and Technology. He has written widely on the development of the natural sciences, defending Engels and dialectical materialism against Stalinist vulgarization as well as against revision by Western Marxists. Kepler, Johannes, 1571–1630, German astronomer. Coming midway between Copernicus and Newton, Kepler was one of the major transitional figures in the creation of modern science. Copernicus had challenged the ancient belief that the Earth was the immobile center of the universe, but he still posited perfectly circular orbits of the planets around the Sun as a carryover from Aristotelian cosmology. Kepler was the first to formulate the actual elliptical orbits of planetary bodies. Kierkegaard, Søren Åby, 1813–1855, Danish religious existentialist philosopher. Kierkegaard previewed many of the themes of 20th century existentialism, although in an explicitly religious context. He stressed that Christianity must be lived and experienced to be true, rejecting conventional or purely intellectual adherence to faith. He also believed that growing awareness of truth led to personal despair owing to the contrast of the brevity of human life compared to the infinity of God. Kolakowski, Leszek, 1927, dissident Polish Marxist philosopher. Kolakowski joined the Polish Communist Party in 1945 and remained a Stalinist in philosophical questions until the Polish October of 1956, when he went into opposition. In 1968 he left Poland after incessant harassment and has since taught in Western universities in various countries. He has come to reject large parts of the body of Marxist thought, including its materialist basis. Korsch, Karl, 1886–1961, a founder, with George Lukács, of the Hegelian current in 20th century Marxism, stressing revolutionary will over objective conditions. A member of the German Communist Party until 1926, he is best known for his book Marxism and Philosophy, 1923. In exile in the United States after 1936, Korsch renounced Marxism. Kossak, Karol, 1926, Czech Marxist philosopher, notable for his book Dialectics of the Concrete, first published in 1963 and issued in an English translation in 1976. As a champion of the humanist, anti-Stalinist trend of thought and a supporter of socialism with a human face, he has been deprived of his chair in philosophy at Charles University and has suffered persecution by the Husak regime. Labriola, Antonio, 1843–1904. Italian Marxist philosopher, professor at the University of Rome. He ably disseminated the doctrine of the founders of Marxism through his books Essays on the Materialist Conception of History and Socialism and History. Labriola polemicized effectively against those in his day who anticipated the Stalinists by seeking to reduce Marxism to simplistic formulas. Law of value economic law fully expounded by Marx to explain the ratios in which commodities of different types could be exchanged against each other or for a universal equivalent, money. Marx held that the value of a commodity was equivalent to the socially necessary labor time required for its production or reproduction. Lefebvre, Henry, 1901, French Marxist philosopher and sociologist. In the 1920s, Lefebvre's work was influenced by existentialism. In 1929 he joined the French CP, though he main. Glossary 311. Tained philosophic differences and later broke with Stalinism. A supporter of the Hegelianizing current in Western Marxism, he rejects the dialectics of nature and scientific ideology and stresses human activity and praxis, see entry. Left Hegelians. The radical wing of the Hegelian school in Germany in the 1840s, to which Marx and Engels belonged in their youth. Its most typical representatives were Arnold Ruge, Bruno Bauer, David Strauss, and, before he wrote The Essence of Christianity, Ludwig Feuerbach. The strength of the young Hegelians came from their break with Hegel's belief that the status quo of the Prussian state represented the most progressive achievement to date in the realization of the absolute idea. They sought social and political reforms, and their philosophical studies were directed largely toward finding an agency through which such change could be realized. The trenchant criticism of their positions by Marx and Engels in the German Ideology, 1845, scored their transfiguration of real social and class questions into vague philosophical abstractions and the failure to make any connection between their philosophical criticism of existing society and the social and political practice required to actually change it. Leopardi, Giacomo, 1798–1837, Italian lyric poet and a materialist philosopher. Chronic illness which led to his early death drew his attention to humanity's struggle with nature, particularly the prospect of individual mortality. Leopardi developed a philosophy of materialist pessimism centered on humanity's biological frailty. Levi Strauss, Claude, 1908, a founder of the structuralist school of anthropology and director of studies at the École pratique de hautes études in Paris. He rejected the historical and evolutionary approach to the study of social development, resting his analysis on the function of existing structures and the role of psychological factors. 312. Particularly in the formation of primitive myths. Lichtheim, George, 1912–1973, German-born Marxist scholar. Lichtheim was close to the left-centrist Socialist Workers' Party of Germany in the 1930s, then became an unaffiliated Social Democrat in exile, first in Palestine and then, from the 1940s, in England. In his book Marxism, 1961, he advanced the thesis that Marxism and liberalism had been twin products of the Enlightenment, both seeking a means to give conscious direction to society. He considered them outmoded by the rise of centralized bureaucratic governments in the 20th century. An opponent of empiricism, he sought a synthesis of Marxist and Hegelian elements in a new theory on the direction of social evolution. In particular, he hoped to find a new agency of social change to replace the industrial proletariat. Locke, John, 1632–1704, founder of British empiricism. Paralleling the rise of British capitalism, Locke sought to formulate a philosophical defense of bourgeois rights against feudal absolutism and of practical and dynamic activity against the sterile scholasticism of the Middle Ages. He rejected the concept of innate ideas, maintaining that all knowledge was derived from sensation, the raw data of sense experience then being refined and organized by mental reflection. He championed the scientific method and the solution of practical problems, holding that the pursuit of private ends by each individual contributed collectively to the public good. Lucretius, c. 99b.cc 55 BC. Roman materialist philosopher and poet. His great didactic poem, De Rerum Natura, On the Nature of Things, is the finest exposition of Epicurean atomism in the ancient world and comes close in spirit to modern materialism. Lukács, George, 1885–1971, Hungarian communist philosopher and cultural critic, best known for his book History and Class Consciousness, 1923. Principal inspirer of the Hegelian current in 20th-century Marxism, stressing revolutionary will over objective conditions. The young Lukács rejected dialectical materialism as a general theory of reality, while in social analysis he placed major emphasis on alienation and cultural phenomena at the expense of productive relations as determinants of social change. He renounced his views in 1933 and grudgingly conformed to Stalinism. In his later years he became a dissident in Stalinist circles in Hungary and returned partially to the orthodox Marxist teachings on dialectical materialism. Mannheim, Karl, 1893–1947. Austro-Hungarian sociologist and historian. Influenced by Marx, but primarily concerned with the study of the role of social values rather than productive relations in maintaining social cohesion. Marcuse, Herbert, 1898. German Marxist philosopher and longtime staff member of the Frankfurt School, 1933–49. His best-known works, Eros and Civilization, 1955, and One-Dimensional Man, 1964, were written after his break with the Frankfurt School, when he moved to incorporate elements of anarchism and Heideggerian existentialism with his previous views. Though known today as a mentor of the 1960s New Left, Marcuse's works of the 1930s and 1940s hold the most interest. Despite an Hegelianizing bent, books such as his Reason and Revolution, 1941, are valuable Marxist studies. Masaryk, Tomáš, 1850–1937. Czechoslovak philosopher and politician, first president of Czechoslovakia, 1918–35. Materialism philosophically, the view that all of reality is composed of matter in motion, including mind, which is the product of the physical brain in social life. Materialism rejects all supernatural explanations of phenomena. In contrast to vulgar materialism, Marxism does not reduce phenomena to mechanical motion, but postulates distinct sets of laws for nature, society, and thought. It holds, nevertheless, that nature and material conditions in general have causal priority in explaining the development of society and thought. Means of production: the tools, land, buildings, and machinery required for labor to create the sustenance and other essential material goods of society. Mechanical materialism: prior to Marx and Engels, the predominant form of materialist thought in the bourgeois era. Its main proponents in modern times were Hobbes, Spinoza, the thinkers of the French Enlightenment, and Feuerbach. Mechanical materialism defended the proposition that the universe is knowable and lawful. In the 17th and 18th centuries, it modeled its concept of causation on the laws of mechanics, then the most developed science. Thus mechanical materialism sought to explain all phenomena by reducing them to the laws of motion of objects in space and time. Apparent chance or accident was ascribed to insufficient data. Dialectical materialism gives place to chance as well as necessity and allows for qualitative discontinuity and dialectical leaps as well as simple straight-line development. Since the development of quantum mechanics and probability theory, modern science has adopted a more sophisticated concept of determinism, more in accord with the views of dialectical materialism than with the mechanical materialists. Mehring, Franz _ 1846–1919, German Marxist historian and scholar, biographer of Karl Marx. One of the leading theoreticians of the left wing of the German social democracy, siding with Luxemburg and Liebknecht against Koski and Bernstein in defense of orthodox Marxism. Just before Glossary 313. His death, he helped to found the German Communist Party. Meliorism: the belief that the world tends to become better and better and that human action can speed this process by gradual means. Merleau-Ponty, Maurice 1961, French existentialist _ philosopher. Influenced by N. Husserl's phenomenology, see entries, Merleau-Ponty stressed the primacy of perception as the means of access to a grasp of reality. Unlike most phenomenologists, he granted the prior existence of objective material reality. This brought him into sympathy with historical materialism, but he differed from Marx in giving much greater weight to mediating factors in the ideological superstructure that stand between the objective economic base of society and individual consciousness. This led him in turn to reject the degree of determinism that Marxists give to historical evolution, holding instead that socialism is only one possible outcome of contemporary social evolution and that subjective factors could produce a wide range of different possible societies in the future. Metaphysics used in various senses by different philosophers, usually with the connotation either of the study of the general rather than the particular or of speculation about matters that cannot be verified by experience. Most commonly used by Marxists to describe a philosophical system that arbitrarily divides up reality into a series of externally imposed and unchanging categories. Milesians, the founders of Greek philosophy and also of materialism as a philosophical current. The name is taken from the city of Miletus in Asia Minor, where the Ionian school flourished in the 6th and 5th centuries BC. Its most prominent representatives were Thales, see entry, Anaximander, and Anaximenes. The Milesians sought rational, non-supernatural explanations for phenomena, usually in a supposed 1908. 314. Primal substance from which the cosmos was derived through natural processes. Mill, John Stuart, 1806–1873, British philosopher and economist, generally in the empiricist tradition, strongly influenced by the utilitarianism of Jeremy Bentham. His most lasting work is On Liberty, 1859, a ringing defense of bourgeois democracy and social reform. Mills, C. Wright, 1916–1962, American sociologist, author of White Collar, 1951, The Power Elite, 1956, and The Sociological Imagination, 1959. Mills was a disciple of Max Weber. See entry, who sought to make a radical critique of American society and contemporary sociology in the name of a defense of freedom and reason against the bureaucratic state and the dehumanization of mass culture. Although an admirer of Marx, Lenin, and Trotsky, and a supporter of the Cuban Revolution, Mills's sociology differed from Marxism in important respects. He counterposed a theory of multiple, independent sources of social movement in history to the Marxist conception of the primacy of social relations of production and social classes. For the United States, he distinguished a power elite composed of independent military, corporate, and government bureaucracies to the Marxist idea of a single capitalist ruling class. Mills's writings have been very influential among theorists of the New Left. Mode of production: the totality of the productive forces and the relations of production among the members of society that form a distinctive socio-economic pattern at a given point in history. Examples of distinct modes of production include primitive communism, the Asiatic mode of production, pastoralism, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and socialism. Monism: the philosophical view that the universe is composed of a single basic substance, example for materialists. Matter in motion, for consistent idealists, mind, spirit, or God. As contrasted to dualism, see entry. Montaigne, Michel Echem, Seigneur de, 1533–1592, French essayist. Known for his skeptical criticism of received knowledge, which was instrumental in demolishing the smug scholasticism of the Middle Ages. More, Sir Thomas, 1478–1535, English statesman and author of Utopia. A humanist and visionary, More was also a devoted Catholic. This led to a break with his friend King Henry VIII, who had More beheaded for treason when he refused to sanction Henry's rupture from Rome. More was later sainted by the Catholic Church. Natural selection: name given by Darwin, see entry, to describe the mechanism of organic evolution. Darwin presumed a relative scarcity of food which placed all species in competition. This struggle for existence would be most intense between the most closely related species, as they would share the same environment and feed off the same substances. As statistical aggregates, those populations of individuals best able to adapt to their environment and survive would have the best chance to reproduce. Those species, or individual mutations within a species, less able to adapt and survive would eventually disappear. Mating between survivors would over time produce new traits and whole new species. Nature philosophy: a tendency in late 18th and early 19th century German philosophy that emerged as part of the Romantic reaction against the Enlightenment. Typified by Goethe and Schelling, the nature philosophers combined genuine study of nature with naive attempts to deduce conclusions based on insufficient evidence. Most frequently, this tendency used analogies from biology to describe all phenomena: growth, decay, the life force, etc. Anti-Marxists frequently lump Hegelianism and the Marxian dialectics of nature into this category. Negation of the negation: one of the basic laws of dialectics, flowing from the unity and struggle of opposites and the transformation of quantity into quality, see entries. Every object or condition is characterized by internal contradiction between a positive and a negative pole: that which exists and that which is coming into being. At the first dialectical leap, or negation, the old framework is broken, the previously subordinate quality or object in the relationship becomes dominant, and a new framework is established with a new set of internal contradictions. In both Hegelian and Marxist dialectics, this rupture is referred to as transcendence, rather than mere empty negation of the previous status quo, because there is an element of continuity and development as well as of destruction. The concept of the negation traces this element of transcendence over a longer period of time. It is a logical means of conceptualizing evolution over time, on the premise that natural and social processes are sufficiently determinate to show long-term cyclical patterns. Common examples given include the life cycles of living species, where birth represents the breakup of the previous unity of the parent organism for the first negation, with the stage where the progeny reach reproductive age representing the second negation, or the negation of the negation. In social evolution, a common example is the negation of primitive social property by the rise of private property and class society, followed by the eventual emergence of the proletariat, which moves toward the second stage, the negation of private property and the re-establishment of social property on a higher level, for a negation of the negation. From these examples it can be seen that Marx's concept is not purely cyclical but more like a spiral in which the conclusion of the complete process also involves evolution. Glossary 315. And progress toward a higher level of organic or organizational complexity, and not mere repetition. Newton, Isaac, 1642–1727, the dominant thinker in the modern natural sciences before Einstein, professor at Cambridge, England, 1669–1701. Newton was the first to formulate the universal laws of gravitation, which explained for the first time the laws governing the motion of falling bodies as well as planetary orbits. Thus Newtonian physics became the basis of all modern astronomy and physics. In addition, he was the inventor of differential and integral calculus and the first to discover that white light is composed of all the colors of the spectrum, a discovery that laid the basis for all technology concerned with radiant energy from infrared to X-rays. His work was surpassed only in the 20th century with the formulation of Einstein's theory of relativity and the development of quantum mechanics. Nietzsche, Friedrich Wilhelm, 1844–1900, German philosopher, best known for his book Thus Spake Zarathustra. He developed an anti-rationalist, atheistic humanism based on an extreme individualism that distrusted all group action. He is best remembered for his concepts of the Superman and the will to power. In Nietzsche's writing these were largely meant as a prescription for nonconformist individual fulfillment. His ideas were later adopted in a highly distorted way by the Nazi movement as a rationalization for Aryan racism. Noumena in Kant's philosophical system, the realm of true reality, the thing in itself, which is, except for that portion of it which constitutes the inner moral world of each individual's thought, unknowable. Contrasted to the realm of appearance or phenomena. Object something that exists independently of mind, as the world of N.A. 316. Tour, or society in relation to the will of its individual members. Objectification, the process of becoming objective in relation to a subject. While this term can be used to describe the coming into being of anything, it is most often used in Hegel to denote the products of human labor or activity, in which a subjective ability, capacity, or plan is made objective. Marx adopts this term as the heart of his theory of human nature, in which humanity is self-created as a social being, though not as a biological one, through the realization of its inner potential in social labor. Hegelianizing Marxists give two additional meanings to this term that depart from Marx's usage. 1. They place in question the reality or significance of phenomena until they have been objectified through human observation and brought into the human world, thus confusing actual creation through labor with mere discovery, and 2. The confusion of objectification with alienation, see entry. This second point implies that to be external to humanity is ipso facto to be threatening, an assumption not made by Marx. Objective idealism, one of two fundamental types of idealist thought, exemplified by Hegel. Characterized by the founding of a doctrine of reality on a universal mind or will which exists independently of human beings. As contrasted to subjective idealism, Berkeley, Hume, which takes as the only verifiable reality the individual human mind and is hence skeptical about the existence of all other phenomena. Obscurantism, hostility to the spread of knowledge and enlightenment. Stylistically, writing in such a way as to hide the real meaning, usually through trying to sound learned or mysterious. Omelianovsky, Mikhail Erasmovich, 1904, Ukrainian philosopher of science, best known for his work Philosophic Problems of Quantum Mechanics, 1956. Omelianovsky sought to reconcile the concept of determinism in dialectical materialism with the discoveries of microphysics that it was impossible to simultaneously measure the position and momentum of microparticles. Omelianovsky repudiated Stalinist scientists and philosophers who tried to dismiss the problem as due entirely to inadequate measuring instruments. He postulated different sets of causal laws in the micro and macro worlds, granting an inherent uncertainty as to the speed and position of microparticles stemming from their dialectically combining both wave-like and corpuscular features. He held that the requirements of determinism were satisfied by statistical laws and did not require predictability or measurability of individual units. Ontology, the branch of philosophy concerned with the study of real being or existence. The Hegelian current in 20th century Marxism generally argues that Marxism should eschew any ontological position, example on the priority of matter and nature over human will and activity, holding that answers to such questions are irrelevant and metaphysical. Oparin, Alexander Ivanovich, 1894, Soviet biochemist, graduated from Moscow University in 1917 and subsequently a professor there. Member of the Soviet Academy of Sciences from 1946. Famous for his theories on the origin of life from inorganic matter, first published in 1924 and since very influential throughout the world. Opposites. See under Unity and Struggle of Opposites. Orthogenesis, the belief that organic evolution takes place in accord with a predetermined pattern and is not the result of external factors such as natural selection, see entry. Parmenides of Elea, Greek philosopher of the 5th century BC. On the basis of the law of contradiction of formal logic, Parmenides denied the reality of change, holding that unalterable uniform being was alone real, while becoming and transformation were an illusion. Pavlov, Ivan Petrovich, 1849–1936, Russian physiologist. Awarded the Nobel Prize in 1904 for his experiments in the inducement of conditioned reflexes in animals through repeated external stimuli. Peirce, Charles Sanders, 1849–1914, American philosopher, logician, and mathematician, inspirer of pragmatism, see entry. He worked as a physicist for the Coast Survey for most of his life, lecturing in philosophy only for the years 1879–84. His concept was to base philosophy on the methods of modern science, hence the radical empiricist basis of pragmatism, while deliberately keeping agnostic as to ultimate causes to make possible a reconciliation of science and religion. Phenomena, appearances, observable things, and actions. In Kantianism, objects of experience in space and time, as distinguished from things in themselves. Phenomenalism, a theory, example of Kant, that limits positive or scientific knowledge to phenomena only. Phenomenology, most broadly, a philosophic method concerned with the description of experience, as in Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind. In particular, the philosophic school founded by Edmund Husserl, see entry, early in the 20th century, which was a factor in shaping existentialist thought and was imported into Marxist writing via the Hegelianizing current. Husserl claimed to have discovered a method to supersede both materialism and idealism by rejecting all presuppositions. He sought to eliminate any theory of knowledge and called for suspending belief about any previously known fact in the study of a particular phenomenon. The internal logic of a phenomenon was to be reconstructed from the appearances of it available to the observer. Thus far. Glossary 317. The method appeared to parallel empiricism, but Husserl then posited that the aim of such an investigation was to intuitively grasp the real essence of the phenomena under observation. During the period of study, no consideration was to be given to the reality or non-reality of the object under examination, meaning that dreams, fantasies, and false consciousness were to be examined with seriousness equal to that given to objectively indisputable existences. This approach proved useful in psychology in understanding the logic of aberrant fantasies or in seeing the inner logical connections in irrational social doctrines and movements. It was consciously anti-materialist, however, and in Marxist dress sought to give as much weight to ideological and superstructural factors in social causation as to the material foundations of society and its class structures. Planck, Max, 1858–1947, German physicist, regarded as the father of quantum theory, see entry. Platonism after the Greek philosopher Plato, 427–347 BC. an idealist view which holds that material phenomena are the reflection of eternally existing non-material forms and qualities, ideas, that predate the material universe and whose combinations make up the perceptions available to the senses. Plekhanov, George Valentinovich, 1856–1918, the founder of Russian Marxism in 1883. Author of many valuable philosophical works, in particular the development of the monist view of history and fundamental problems of Marxism. He remained a central leader of the Russian social democracy until 1903, when he sided with the Menshevik faction against Lenin's Bolsheviks. He became a social patriot in World War I and opposed the Russian October Revolution in 1917. Despite this political break, Lenin and Trotsky continued to prize and highly recommend Plekhanov's philosophical writings. 318. Popper, Karl R. 1902, Anglo-Austrian positivist philosopher. Starting from the standard positivist contention that knowledge must be limited to ascertainable fact and may not include generalized truths or laws, Popper added an intuitive concept of individual genius in the appropriation of knowledge. From this metaphysical and individualist position he polemicized against the notion of the certainty of any piece of knowledge and against all forms of historicism, particularly Marxism, asserting that no lawful development was discernible in history. Positivism philosophical school founded by Auguste Comte, 1798–1857, an offshoot of empiricism, which holds that the only valid knowledge is positive, i.e., immediately empirically verifiable. Comte envisaged the discovery of laws of social development based on projecting existing trends mechanically into the future. His followers, the neopositivists, reject any general social theories or value judgments beyond simple description of actual events and social institutions. Pragmatism American variant of empiricism, founded by Charles S. Peirce and William James and continued by John Dewey under the name instrumentalism. It stresses the role of thought as a guide to immediate practical individual action and the test of truth by its practical consequences rather than objective realities. Praxis in general the activity of people in pursuit of their aims. It is popularized by Hegelianizing Marxists to designate social action based on and integrated with theoretical understanding. As they use it, the term implies the ability of revolutionary will to substitute for a lack of propitious objective opportunities. Progressivism broadly based middle-class reform movement in the United States that arose after the Civil War and reached its height before World War I. Its political leader was Robert M. La Follette, Sr., one-time governor of Wisconsin, 1901–6, and later a U.S. Senator. Its supporters included literary figures such as Lincoln Steffens and Upton Sinclair. In philosophy, its leading exponent was John Dewey, see entry. Its campaigns focused on trust busting, the establishment of a minimum wage, the abolition of child labor, electoral reform, and the institution of social security measures. Quantity and quality interdependent categories reflecting fundamental features of objective reality. Quality in philosophy is the determinate property of a thing or phenomenon that makes it stable, distinct, and diverse. It is those characteristics of things summed up by the word quality that are the province of formal logic, see entry. Quantitative definiteness enables things to be divided into homogeneous parts. Materialist dialectics views evolutionary change in nature, society, or human thought, as proceeding through the accumulation of small quantitative changes that, after reaching a specific limit, lead to a qualitative transformation in the essential nature of an object. Quantum theory, the study of the emission and absorption of energy by matter and the motion of material particles. Developed in the first 2 decades of the 20th century on the basis of work by Max Planck, Albert Einstein, and Niels Bohr. Physics had previously assumed that energy had no materiality and moved in wave-like formations, while matter was assumed to always occupy a definite spot in space and time. Quantum theory disclosed that subatomic particles emit and absorb energy according to definite laws, but that as a result of these transitions they act sometimes as wave-like bodies and sometimes as particulate bodies, with a degree of inherent indeterminateness as to their speed and position at any given time. This discovery precipitated a major philosophical debate among scientists around the world as to the nature of causation and determinism. Physicist-philosophers such as Werner Heisenberg argued that, since indeterminacy was characteristic of the most elementary building blocks of the material world, all concepts of lawfulness and determinateness were illusory constructions of the human mind. Soviet scientists, after a long initial period under the influence of Stalinist repression, in which they denied outright the validity of the uncertainty principle, began in the 1950s to formulate a new concept of determinism based on the statistical predictability of aggregates of subatomic particles. Rappaport, Charles, 1865-1939. Russian revolutionist and publicist. Emigrated to France around the turn of the century and became a leader of the French SP and a founder of the CP. Broke with Marxism at the time of the trial of Bukharin, 1938. Rationalism, the reliance upon reason as opposed to sense experience as the source of true knowledge. Classically represented by Spinoza and Leibniz, rationalism polemicized against revelation, mysticism, and irrationalism of all kinds. At the same time, this current is inherently idealist in its deprecation of sense experience. In 20th century Marxism, the most openly rationalistic tendency is represented by the Frankfurt School. Real opposition in Kant and Coletti, a clash of actual forces in life or reality, as contrasted in their view to a dialectical opposition, which they hold to be a mental construct. Reflection, theory of the basic epistemological assumption of dialectical materialism, that sense perceptions are the doorway to a more or less accurate reflection of the actual material world. The debate over this theory stems mainly from the accusation by the Hegelianizers and Neo-Kantians that Engels and Lenin held a passive. Glossary 319. Copy theory of knowledge that failed to take account of Kant's discovery that humans actively assimilate sense data by organizing it into categories of experience. This is an unwarranted distortion of the view of Lenin, who both in his materialism and empirio-criticism and in his philosophical notebooks took account of the active character of interpreting sensory data, rejecting only the notion that Kant's categories were innate or of non-material origin. Reification attributing materiality to a mental construction, it is a concept closely related to fetishism, which plays a large part in the writings of Lukács. It is most often referred to in discussions of the tendency in thought to reify the capitalist state and its institutions, i.e., to regard them as entities that exist apart from the human beings that administer them. Relations of production in all human societies, the organized division of labor by which the productive forces are set in motion and human needs satisfied. In class society, this involves different relationships to the means of production for different classes. Such relations in class society are institutionalized and codified in legal property relations. Such an institutionalized structure sooner or later comes in conflict with the expanding forces of production, see entry. Relativism, the belief that absolute truth either does not exist or is not at present known, and, in the moral sphere, that no universal and unchanging yardstick exists by which human conduct must be regulated. In its most extreme form, relativism takes the form of subjective idealism, denying the certainty of any knowledge and adopting an indifferent tolerance to all human actions. At the opposite extreme, complete epistemological and moral certitude are to be had only in religion or in the metaphysical systems of the objective idealists. Marxism rests on the assumption of the existence of verifiable. 320. Truth in epistemology and of objectivity in morality. It retains an important element of relativism in that it recognizes that human knowledge is historically limited and morality is shaped by historical conditions and class divisions. Relativity, theory of a revolutionary breakthrough in physics developed by Albert Einstein, who published his special theory of relativity in 1905 and his more ambitious general theory in 1916. It superseded Newtonian physics, which had assumed fixed categories such as time, space, mass, energy, etc. Einstein proved that while the universe remained an objective fact with definite laws, time and space were interrelated aspects of the same phenomena. Relative to other objects in the universe moving toward or away from an observer, time can slow down or speed up, and space can literally be shrunk or expanded. Einstein also showed that mass and energy were interconvertible and alternative forms of matter. Ricardo, David, 1772–1823, British economist. Ricardo, who followed Adam Smith and developed further many of his theories, is regarded with Smith as one of the founders of political economy. Ricardo was the promulgator of the labor theory of value, which appears only in embryo in the works of Adam Smith and which was later perfected by Marx. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques, 1712–1778, French philosopher and author. Rousseau combined elements of empiricism, rationalism, and romanticism, arguing that society was inherently corrupting and that people should return to a more simple and natural existence. He held that society should be responsible to its members and in Le Contrat Social, 1762, postulated a mythical creation of the state in history through the rational collective decision to form one. Rousseau's criticisms of inequality and his advocacy of representative democracy made him one of the principal intellectual stimulators of the French and American revolutions. Royce, Josiah, 1855–1916, American idealist philosopher, taught at Harvard, 1882–1916. He held that reality is composed of a living, absolute mind. Russell, Bertrand, 1872–1970, British philosopher, mathematician, and social reformer, during his long life, a prolific writer on epistemology, metaphysics, logic, mathematics, ethics, and social and political questions. An irreverent iconoclast, he was originally a pacifist who became a crusading anti-imperialist in later life. His philosophy was an updated version of empiricism guided by the analytic method. He upheld a view of reality as composed of independent particular facts which were expressible in simple sentences, logical atomism. The work he did on the logical foundations of mathematics with Alfred North Whitehead, Principia Mathematica, 1910–13, is probably his most enduring achievement. This was the first systematic proof that mathematics is based on the laws of formal logic. It laid the basis for symbolic logic, which, within the limitations of formal logic, permitted the application to language of a rigorous measure of the meaning conveyed by grammar. Saltationism, the belief that biological evolution proceeded by the sudden, direct emergence of one species full-blown from another, as contrasted to the Darwinian theory of the gradual accumulation of quantitative differences through natural selection. Santayana, George, 1863–1952, Spanish-born American philosopher and man of letters. Santayana sought to fuse elements of materialism and of Platonism, see entry, in a romantic synthesis. He granted the material basis of organic life, humanity included, but urged an aesthetic transcendence of material existence through the contemplation of distinct qualities of nature, which he conceived on the model of Plato's essences or ideas. A professor of philosophy at Harvard, 1889–1912, Santayana then returned to Europe where he spent the next 40 years in retirement from worldly affairs. He wrote widely in these later years, summing up his thought in the 4-volume Realms of Being, 1927–40. Sartre, Jean-Paul, 1905, the best-known 20th-century philosopher of non-religious existentialism. He proposed a doctrine of personal responsibility for human action in a universe without purpose. Sartre originally considered existentialism and Marxism incompatible, but in his Critique of Dialectical Reason, 1960, sought vainly to reconcile the two worldviews. Schaff, Adam, 1913, the outstanding contemporary Polish communist philosopher. He was a member of the Communist Party Central Committee from 1959 to 1968, when he was expelled in the controversy over his book Marxism and the Human Individual. He has been chairman of the Philosophical Committee of the Polish Academy of Sciences and director of the Academy's Institute of Philosophy and Sociology. He has also been editor-in-chief of the principal Polish philosophical journals. In addition to his post at the University of Warsaw, he is director of the UNESCO-sponsored European Center for the Social Sciences in Vienna. He has recently written on the problem of alienation and on the role of language in human cognition. Schelling, Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph von, 1775–1854, German idealist philosopher. Schelling's work falls midway in time between Fichte and Hegel. A leader of the Romantic movement and a prominent Naturphilosoph, see entry, Schelling viewed the whole of nature as a sort of living organism in the process of growth. He postulated the existence of an absolute ego that lived in nature in a state of forgetfulness, whose Glossary 321. Thought process created the phenomenal world and whose gradual awakening was responsible for human history. Schmidt, Alfred, 1931, succeeded Theodor Adorno in 1971 as director of the Institute of Social Research in Frankfurt, West Germany, the Frankfurt School. He is the author of The Concept of Nature in Marx, English edition, 1972, in which he denies that laws of nature are dialectical. Schmidt, Konrad, 1863–1932, German economist and philosopher. As a social democrat, Schmidt corresponded with Engels in the latter's last years. He later became a revisionist, adopting neo-Kantian positions. Schopenhauer, Arthur, 1788–1860, German idealist philosopher, known as the philosopher of pessimism. Schopenhauer accepted Kant's innate categories of logic and fused them into an extreme idealist system in which the highest truth was disembodied ideas on the Platonic model, see entry. In a kind of right-wing Hegelianism, he viewed the source of change as an innate will to life in all things, but argued that this will in humanity could never be satisfied because human desires are infinite. Schopenhauer proposed an irrationalist quietism, renouncing desire and ego. Scientism believed that methods of natural sciences are directly applicable to solution of social and philosophical problems. Sensationalism in epistemology, the doctrine that sensation is the sole source of knowledge. This can lead either to materialism or to subjective idealism depending on what conclusion is then drawn as to the source of sense perceptions. Skepticism, the philosophical tendency that denies the possibility of attaining true knowledge of reality. Considered to have originated in Greece with Pyrrho in the 3rd century BC. Played a part in the philosophy of Montaigne, 1533–1592, in demolishing. 322. Medieval scholasticism. Most fully developed in modern times by the British empiricist Hume, see entry. Smith, Adam, 1723–1790, Scottish economist who in his 1776 treatise An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations founded the modern science of political economy. Socrates, 469–399 BC. The most famous of all the early Greek philosophers, regarded as the founder of idealism. Socrates sought to turn philosophy from the study of nature to the study of ethics and human conduct, reinterpreting natural events on the model of human activity. He is credited by his disciple Plato with originating the theory of ideal forms as the true essence of all things. A supporter of the Athenian aristocracy, Socrates was put to death by supporters of the democratic camp for his ties to political reaction. Sophists originally, wandering scholars in Greece in the 5th century BC who charged fees in exchange for lessons. They were critical of many conventional ideas and customs, and their arguments and aphorisms exhibited a keen sense of dialectical contradiction. The Sophists acquired their present bad name through their propensity to teach useful political skills such as rhetoric in place of more general truth, and their reputed readiness to argue on any side of a question for money. Spengler, Oswald, 1880–1936, German historian and philosopher, whose outlook is presented at length in Decline of the West, 1918–22. Spengler's prediction of the imminent decay and fall of Western civilization excited wide interest in the immediate post-World War I period. His philosophical historical reasoning, however, was based on a crudely cyclical theory of history in which every culture was born, grew old, and died. Each was unique and self-enclosed. This simplistic notion was bolstered by elaborate and far-fetched analogies from many great cultures designed to give the impression that each had followed a precisely similar round of stages in the same span of time. Spinoza, Benedict, 1632–1677, outstanding Dutch materialistic and atheistic philosopher. Spinoza denied the existence of God apart from nature and developed a monistic system of thought that explained ideas as a property of nature, matter. Spinoza considered change as mechanical motion and belonged to the rationalist camp in that he believed that true knowledge was derived from reason and not from the senses. Spiritualism, the doctrine that spirit and not matter is the actual substructure of the perceivable universe. Structuralism view that in social analysis the question of historical evolution is greatly subordinate to examination of existing interrelationship between various institutions and social structures. Structural linguistics tendency in language analysis founded by Ferdinand de Saussure, 1857–1913, that rejected study of evolutionary origins and development of language in favor of examination of different elements within a given linguistic system. Subject philosophically, that which is capable of conscious thought or action, as contrasted with object, see entry. Superstructure in Marxist social analysis. Those sectors of society and social relations ultimately created by the process of direct material production though removed from its immediate sphere. In class society this includes the political state apparatus, social and cultural institutions, schools of thought and ideologies, and other forms of mental and spiritual production. While Marx held that the superstructure was determined by the economic base, the level of productive forces, fundamental class relations, etc., he did not hold that this determination was a direct and mechanical one in which all ideas and political representations could be shown to be an unmediated response to the impact of economic relations. Surplus product, that part of the annual product of a society that is not used for the consumption of the producers or for replacement of the stock of the means of production used in the course of the year. In class society, the social surplus product is appropriated by the property owners of the ruling class. Syncretism, the illegitimate attempt to reconcile conflicting and incompatible beliefs. Synchrony, concern with events at a given time only, ignoring their historical development. Teilhard de Chardin, Pierre, 1881–1955, French paleontologist and philosopher, ordained as a Jesuit priest in 1911. He took part in the discovery of Peking man in China, 1929. In seeking to reconcile the scientific belief in evolution with church doctrine, he was distrusted by the church because of his evolutionism, but was not accepted as a scientist because of his religious mysticism. His most celebrated work was the posthumously published The Phenomenon of Man, 1955. Teleology, the belief that nature has an inherent purpose and that natural evolution of social history moves toward a predetermined goal. Thales, c.636 c.546 BC. The first recorded Western philosopher, founder of materialism and of the Milesian school, see entry. He repudiated mythological explanations of natural phenomena and of creation, seeking instead an explanation in some primordial substance. He believed this substance to be water, which through its condensation or rarefaction made up the objects of perception. His innovative method proved to be of extraordinary importance in Western thought even though his answers were naive. Theism, the belief in the existence of God as governor of the universe. Thing for us in Kant's philosophy, the world of appearances, of the superficial knowledge of objects as phenomena. This knowledge might be more or less reliable and of use in achieving desired results through practice, but, for Kant, tells us nothing of the true nature of the thing in itself, see entry. Thing in itself in Kant's philosophy, the true inner nature of objects, the noumenal realm. For Kant, this inner nature is forever unknowable and only phenomenal appearances are available to the mind of the observer. Thomism, the official philosophy of the Catholic Church, formulated by St. Thomas Aquinas, 1225–1274. The greatest of the medieval scholastics, St. Thomas sought to reconcile faith and reason in a synthesis that would preserve Greek rationalism, Aristotle, in the framework of church doctrine. Thucydides, c. 460 c. 400 BC. Greek historian of Athens. Thucydides was, after Herodotus, see entry, the most perceptive of the Greek historians of antiquity, famed for his work The History of the Peloponnesian War. Timpanaro, Sebastiano, 1923, contemporary Italian Marxist philosopher. Generally an orthodox Marxist and a strong defender of philosophic materialism, although he maintains reservations about the correctness of the dialectical method and its application by Engels in Dialectics of Nature. Transcendentalism, American literary and philosophical movement that flourished in New England between the 1830s and the 1860s. Though not a rigorous philosophy, it generally represented an individualistic reaction against the authoritarianism of Calvinist Protestantism. Mystical and romantic in outlook, the Transcendentalists stressed self-reliance, individual intuition as the best source of knowledge, and the immanent divinity of humanity and nature. Its best-known exponents were 324. Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau. Transformational grammar, a system in linguistics developed by Noam Chomsky, see entry, that seeks to extract from surface patterns of speech the underlying logical structures of language, and to generate mathematical rules that can describe transformations of logical deep structures into varied surface speech forms. Uneven and combined development, two closely related concepts or laws discerned by Marx and formulated by Trotsky in his theory of permanent revolution. Uneven development concerns the study of the factors producing widely varying rates of social progress in different societies measured by the development of the productive forces, class relations, and social institutions. Combined development refers to social formations that embody interpenetrating institutions or features derived from different stages or levels of historical progression, resulting in the creation of a hybrid formation. Unity and struggle of opposites, a concept central to materialist dialectics, which views the internal contradictions of objects as the source of change. All objects, from an atom to a cell to an organism, are composed of a dynamic equilibrium of opposed forces or poles. Over time, quantitative changes alter the balance of tension between the opposite poles, leading to a qualitative leap in which a new transcendent alignment of forces takes place. Use value in a commodity, the specific utility or capacity of the object to satisfy a human need, real or imagined. As distinguished from exchange value, see entry. Vigier, Jean-Pierre, 1920. French theoretical physicist, master of research at the National Center for Scientific Research in Paris. A defender of the theory of the dialectics of nature. Vitalism, the belief that life in general and the functioning of living organisms in particular cannot be fully explained by the laws of chemistry and physics but is the result of an inner life force. Voluntarism, the view that human will can be the dominant factor in social change. Weber, Max, 1864–1920, German sociologist and economist. Extremely influential in modern sociology, Weber eclectically combined elements from Marxism with various other sources. In contrast to Marx's concept of the centrality of relations of production and class struggle in social development, Weber counterposed a pluralist theory that gave great weight to religious ideology and charismatic leaders as shapers of social development. He developed this approach in his best-known work, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, where he argued that the material preconditions for the appearance of capitalism had arisen in several disparate societies, but it came into being only where the added factor of a congenial religion, Calvinist Protestantism, placed a high value on entrepreneurial activity. His most important contribution to social theory was the stressing of a social system model, by which a social scientist could, for purposes of analysis, compare the structures of different societies. Whitehead, Alfred North, 1861–1947, English mathematician and philosopher. He won fame as co-author with Bertrand Russell, see entry, of the Principia Mathematica, 1910–13, the first rigorous demonstration of the logical basis of mathematics. He developed a metaphysical system which he called the philosophy of organism and anthropological positivism that sought to bridge the materialism-idealism dichotomy by taking as the center of its attention the ongoing process of integrating new experience in human consciousness. Woldman, Ludwig, 1872–1907. German philosopher and naturalist who wrote on historical materialism and Darwinism from a neo-Kantian viewpoint.